Welcome, welcome. Welcome. Man, okay, I gotta try and turn this on. Hopefully this is not gonna crash anything, right? But I don't really have an outlet for warm air. Make this loud. Hope everyone is doing well. I wanted to loop this a little bit. Welcome, welcome. You go to number 3, I believe. Yes. Hello, hello. Long time no see. Another good thing is that the effects are free now. Yes, we're going to talk about all that good stuff in a second. Hope you guys are doing well. Oh, I think I'm missing one little thing here. There we go. Awesome. Cool. So, with that being said, hopefully you don't hear the street stuff in the background. Not too much, at least. He revealed this ID. Well, I'm just playing it once for you guys, and there's a little intro here for the stream. Awesome. PP stream. PP 2.0 stream. Hope you guys are doing well. Let's talk about it. So, we didn't have a live stream last week because I was at the Super Booth 2022 in Germany, in Berlin. And the trip was longer than expected. So, it was I was there visiting the Kilohertz guys on Thursday last week. And we had to sleep in Berlin. We had to stay overnight. So, I couldn't get to stream on Friday last week. But I did get to meet all the Kilohertz guys, and that was super awesome. They previewed me PP 2.0, and the thing is that I already know of it, kind of, because I'm a beta tester, so I kind of know of some of the features. But I'm so glad that they finally pushed this out. There's one feature that they're gonna add as well soon. I'm super excited for that. But what they've already got here is the foundation for something that I think we can all highly benefit from. Your Editiba? What is VRO mask? What do you mean? PP was so good they made a second. They made a second PP. Yes. Company in the house. Welcome! I've been making the most insane sounds with PP 2.0. Yes! That's something I think we'll all hear from the whole community, because like at this point I feel like with this update to Phaseplant 2.0, I think it's pretty safe to really migrate to it. At this point they've finalized the foundation of Phaseplant. They released it, and then they noticed, okay, well, there's a couple of workflow issues here and there, and then they took the time and actually like finished it. Like they kind of just, now the foundation is there and we can use it, and we can be safe to actually transition to it. Because the thing is, like, most people, they will use still like go back to Serum because they're used to the muscle memory of Serum, right? Because there's two big benefits with Serum and with like normal sims and with things like Phaseplant, and we'll talk about that in a second, because there's a really cool thing that I think you guys need to do. You need to do this if you really want to take the most out of Phaseplant. So that being said, let's move over to PP. Let me just play this drop one more time, because it's really cool. obviously no visualizers right now. Awesome, let's switch it. So, with that being said, hopefully everything works here. Perfect. Let's get into PP 2.0. So as you can see right here, this is PP 2.0. Now, I did do 2 skins. So if you, I'll quickly switch back here. If you go to my Phaseplant skins, so I'll go back to number 2. I think you can even go to the kilohertz. Let me actually go back. Wait, you can either go. Let's just go to my server. I'm gonna just shout out my server in this case, right? So if you go to my Discord server, you can go over to the Phaseplant skins channel, and if you scroll all the way up, you will see I've posted 2 skins in here for Phaseplant 2.0, which is the I call it the Paladin skin because it has that blue kind of like color, right? And then you have the Royal skin, and if you kind of look at it closely, you can see that it kind of resembles the whole color scheme of Discord. And I think because everyone likes Discord, everyone likes using Discord, I wanted to have similar looking colors. And I think it works really well, especially this is the red skin that I was using all the time. And it has some really cool, like, kind of like, it fits more with the, with my Ableton skin. But honestly, this blue one looks really dope. And I've been using that since the release. And I think this is honestly a little bit better, actually. But with that being said, let's get back in here. So this is Phaseplant 2.0. Now let's talk about a little bit about the new updates to the actual ecosystem, because with Phaseplant 2.0, they've also changed how you can get the plugins and install them, etc. So obviously for everyone that has Phaseplant 2.0, you can just update it. You can just grab the kilohertz installer and just update to 2.0. But for everyone else who is either on the subscription or has only gotten a few of the plugins and maybe hasn't really gotten Phaseplant yet or Snapheap, you can now go over to this site and they have the whole bundle here. So the Kilohertz Ultimate bundle, which includes, Phaseplant, Snapheap, Multipass, all of the snap-ins and all of the premium plugins, I believe. But they also are currently selling Phaseplant for $99. So if you have been a subscriber of this for, I think, 12 months, you'll get a $100 voucher. So you could just literally grab Phaseplant right now. But also, I believe you can now get, and I don't know if this is just for a limited time, but they just released all 30 like standard kind of like snap-ins, like, if you click on here, like all of these snap-ins here for free. You can download it for free. Like I remember pretty much every single one of these was like $30. Like most of these were $30. And so you can get it for free. I don't know if this is limited time or not, but that is huge, like huge value, right? It doesn't seem to be for a limited time, so that's really, really awesome. And I think the reason why they're doing this is because they also want to give a little bit of a focus on Snapheap, which is currently $0, but I think is usually $30. And the reason why Snapheap is a big competitor now and is actually a big reason to get is because unlike Phaseplant 1.8, now instead of just using their own little modulator section and like Snapheap and Multipass, I think as well, they had their own like modulators separately from Phaseplant. Now Multipass and Snapheap are both using the same modulators that you can use in Phaseplant, and this is really, really OP because like you can use the LFO in here, so you can use this. You could even use this for sidechaining. You can use this for post effects, kind of like bass sound design. You can use this as an LFO for like auto panning, like all that kind of stuff. It's really, really cool as a modulation source as well, of course. And I think it's so powerful that I can totally understand why they would want to make most of these effects kind of free to use and then kind of charge for Snapheap, because Snapheap is kind of like built into this whole ecosystem. And now with all of the modulators, it's like, you're paying for the modulators, which makes total sense, honestly. Like, it makes sense. These modulators are crazy, especially the LFO table, but we're going to get onto that in a second. So with that being said, you can still grab the $10 a month subscription, which I would highly recommend, because I think you get, if you click on this, you get I think after 1 year, yeah, I'll say it like this. We feel that that it is even better than rent-to-owned, as you're not committed to anything, and if you quit subscribing after 12 months, you will still have a $100 coupon. So I think every 12 months, as it says here, for every 12 months you subscribe, we'll give you back a $100 kilohertz coupon. So basically, if you've been subscribing to the service for a year now, you can just grab multipass. I mean, Phaseplant, straight out of the gate, or even multipass, which is also really, really powerful. Like you can make OTT and stuff with this. It's really cool. But let's talk about why this is a big deal. First of all, they have set the foundation, right? They have set the foundation for what this synth is supposed to be, where it's going to go, and all of the modulators and everything are totally fine now. I think there's one little thing that I asked them about regarding the LFO, and I wanted them I asked them to add the functionality to actually edit the LFO shape from over here. Because if you remember the old version of Phaseplant, I think I can... Phaseplant 1.8. Maybe we'll find like a picture on Google Images. The LFO was pretty small, right? Like the LFO was really, really small. It was a very, very small window. It was kind of skewed in. And now it's really big. So if you load up a new LFO table, you can see it, new LFO, you can see it looks like that. And it's also triangular now, which is, I like. I think that's a really, really good change. But it would be even more OP if you were able to kind of more basic, like in a more basic way, edit all of these shapes inside of here. So instead of having to open a separate window and then, you know, editing it like that, you could just kind of edit all of these individual LFOs straight out of the get-go down here. They were trying to add that, and when I was at the Super booth, they actually, I think they told me that they were planning on actually adding it to 2.0, but there was an issue with the face. So you can change the face here of the LFO, and that was kind of messing with being able to edit the LFO, which I can kind of understand, right? I mean, maybe they could make it so that the nodes also shift with the phasing, because it's 180 degrees, so potentially it could work, but then it doesn't make any sense with this, right? So they may have to do a little bit of a redesign for the LFO for that to work, but apparently it's on the plans, and if they do that, I'm like 110% sold. I'm already 100% sold. But if they add that as well, that would be awesome, because then you could just edit all 3 LFOs. They were even thinking about like doing like a what's it called, like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 LFO kind of thing. So you can open up this LFO editor window, and then you'll have access to all LFOs that you have loaded up, and you can just switch between them. This would be a very, very easy thing to do. You can even have like a little bit of a transparent background here as well. But I think just being able to edit them down here would be a nice like final feature for me personally. But everything else is there, and they set a foundation. And what's really cool now is that if you stick to Phaseplant, if you stick to this ecosystem, it's only going to get better. Because now they actually have the time to develop new snap-ins, maybe like visual snap-ins, maybe like oscilloscopes. They could add soft clippers. They could add like mastering limiters. They could do all kinds of really crazy stuff. And I think it's totally worth it now to absolutely stick to this ecosystem. One second. It's really warm in my room. I think I'm going to turn on. I mean, I still have to turn this on now. Man, summer is brutal here. Let me turn on the cooling here as well. You might hear some weird background noises, and that's the water cooling kind of thing that I got yesterday, because it's way too hot in my room at this point. But with that being said, let's go over Phaseplant, right? So what has changed? The generator section has mostly stayed the same, but I believe maybe the unison is new. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think the unison is new. That has been updated. The thing is, what they did is they were working towards 2.0, but they didn't want you guys to just not be able to benefit from some of the things that they already finished. So some of the updates that were initially planned for 2.0, you already got in advance. Things like KHS Convolver, I believe, and all of those things. They were all things that, you know, you got in advance, which is really, really cool, which also shows that they're kind of dedicated to giving you guys new stuff. Now, what has changed for the most part is obviously the general UI is a little bit cleaner, as you can see, and everything looks a little bit better. You can add new oscillators a lot more simple than before. You could add analogs, for example, another oscillator here. It's a lot cleaner. And the biggest part is the modulation section. So you have a lot of new modulators. And when I say a lot, I mean a lot. And like stuff that you previously thought you didn't need, but you kind of do now. So one of the big changes is obviously the way the LFO looks. Now, it's still, the editor is still the same. But when you load this up, it's a lot more usable now, because the first thing is obviously you can see the wave, the LFO shape a lot easier, and you, just by quickly switching it to sync, you kind of have the same LFO as in Serum, basically, right? And you have the different modes. You can do it in infinite, so it's just infinitely looping. You have sustain mode, you have ping pong mode, reverse, all that kind of stuff. I think we had some of that earlier as well, but now we also have this trigger. So we can trigger the LFO. And this can be really, really useful if you, for example, have any kind of bass sound, like as an audio file, as an audio. And you can use, and this is really, really cool, you can use an audio follower, which is also an entirely new modulator. If we play this, you can see, yeah, there we go. You guys can hear this, right? You can see that's following the waveform here. And what we can do is basically we can then use this. We can turn on the attack, for example, so it's a little bit more accurate. We can use this on the trigger, and we can just click on it, and then it'll re-trigger, as you can see. Obviously, now it's re-triggering anyway, so what we're going to do is we're going to go right-click, no trigger, and we're going to put this to never trigger from node on. So it's just constantly playing. But we can re-trigger it with the audio follower. So you can now do, like, process your basses or whatever sounds that you have in post with Snap-Peep, for example, because Snap-Peep has this exact same modulator. So you could add an LFO in here. You can add a Snap-Peep in here. Where is it? I mean, audio follower here, right? And you can do the same exact thing. You could just trigger it, because right here we don't have a... we do have a note in here because it's from inside of Phaseplant, but if we are working with an audio channel, we could just do that. Is envelope follower device on Ableton? Yes. There's also a envelope follower on Ableton, so you can imagine there's a lot of possibilities there. And what they want to do as well at some point is let you kind of choose where the input is coming from. So for example, here we could do an input from lane 2, but on Snap-Peep, for example, if you load up an audio follower, we could do a sidechain input. So you could technically use that, but at some point they will let you kind of choose different buses here as an input. So what you could do is you could, for example, do a dynamic EQ. Like you could have a peak like that, and you can have another channel in parallel, and this will be a bandpass filter, for example. And then if you go ahead and macro these two to the same cutoff frequency, and move this around, you could basically have this parallel bus drive into the audio follower, and then the audio follower react by changing the gain here. And as you can see, it works. Let me just make this a little bit bigger. Let me turn up the gain here, so you can see. And that's really cool. Obviously, you can trigger envelopes with it as well and everything. But let's keep going with the other modulators. And another really, really big one, I think this one is really crazy, is the LFO table. And I have not seen something like this before. So what this is it's a wavetable that you can use as an LFO. And this is the basic kind of like shapes here, the basic wavetable called Morph here that they're using. And you can see what we're going from a like a ramp down to a more exponential ramp down, then going over to like a kind of base shape that I would usually do, and then going to a pyramid, and then going to like an exponential pyramid, and then kind of morphing in between that. This is super awesome because if you go in here, they have a couple of other like really, really useful LFO tables. They have, for example, flow decay, so you can see they look like that, and they're really interesting different rhythms, basically. You have flow peaks, so they're a little bit smoother, and you have arpeggiators here as well, apparently, and then you have really cool stuff like grid beats, for example. So you have completely different kind of like sequencer like waveforms. And the reason why LFO tables are so OP is because what you could technically do, like let's say you have an LFO, right? Maybe you would do a shape like this. Maybe at some point you do a shape like that. Maybe at some point you do a double shape. Oops, let's move this back. We'll do a double shape like this, right? Maybe you have all these different ideas for bass kind of rhythms, and what you can do is you can just do these inside of the LFO table. So, for example, if we let's pick a, I think we can do, we have even complex LFOs in here. Oh wow, we have even more. That's crazy. Holy crap, look at that. Oh, that's like an accordion? No, it's not. Anyways, then we have a bit swapping. We have oh, look at that. That's crazy. I didn't even know they had even more of these. Holy crap. Wow, look at that. Modulating LFO tables with LFO tables, yeah. And then the other cool part is that, for example, if we really like this position here, or let's do this one. The other cool thing that we can do is we can actually like further manipulate these shapes. We can go into this LFO table editor, and that's where you draw your individual shapes. And you could go to effects, and you can go to distortion, so you can further exaggerate these modulations. And you can, for example, change the bias. So you can move this up. You can turn up the drive here, and you can move up the bias, or you can move it down. It's quite ridiculous, the stuff that you can do with this. And, you know, you could also go kind of creative, and you can, I mean, Squarify is likely going to work somehow, but it's going to do weird stuff. You could try rectifying things. You can really change the wave shapes here. But the reason why this is... Oh, thank you, Logan. Thank you very much for the donation. I did not hear that come up in Streamlabs for some reason. Maybe I have the donations turned off. Let me check really quickly. I do not have the donations turned off though. Screen donation is on. Why can I not hear though? Can we do a test widget? Test. Let's do a donation. Okay. That was probably because it was through the YouTube chat. But thank you very much for the donation.
For 67 euros.
Hi, your videos are so cool. Thank you very much. Thank you. But yeah, so basically, the reason why this is so OP is because you can basically think of any LFO shape that you could use for sound design, like bass sound design, and you have a total of 256 frames. So you have a total of 256 different types of rhythms that you can come up with and use. So you don't even have to, for example, in the simple ones, you have this floater case, and you actually have it morphing in between these shapes. You don't have to do this. You could have, for example, frame 1. You could just do, let's do a sine wave, for example. And it's actually just, oh, this is the other awesome part. You can actually draw it. You can draw your own shape. So we could do like a shape like that, for example. Hit done. Let's go to the second frame. Can I go to second frame? Where's the second? I need to move to the second frame. We could go to the fourth frame, I guess. That's fine. Let's go to the fourth frame, and then we'll do a different shape. And we'll just do like a shape like that. So now we can just basically, where's it? Right there. So we have the option either to use this shape, or this shape. So you don't even have to do your own LFO shapes anymore. You can just save the ones that you like the most inside of a single wavetable, and you kind of just never have to grab an LFO again, technically speaking. It would be a little bit cumbersome to go through all of these frames, so maybe you can do 30 of them and then morph between them. That would be pretty cool as well. I think especially this Flow Peaks one was really, really cool. It got me a bunch of cool rhythms. But you can just go in here, and you can just draw your wave, like your LFO. Like, let's say I want to do like a... It should be plucky at the beginning, like that. And then I want it to be 2 round ones, 1 big one, and then 2 plucky ones again, right? Then I just apply that. Let's put that to sync. Maybe do a 4/4. Apply that to the gain, and then it'll just work. Let's play it higher. And you can just go back in here, and you can just keep drawing. Now, this is not the cleanest shape that you would usually do. I'm pretty sure you can probably find, like, maybe there's like a smoothing algorithm or something like that in here. We can do fixes, normalize. We can do... we can invert it as well. So we can do a bunch of cool stuff. You can even like filter it, because it's an LFO, like a wavetable, right? So you can do everything that you could normally do. You can do that as well. You could even like do some sine FM from this. Like, you can get really creative. But I would definitely highly recommend like using some of these other ones just to kind of get into it. It's really cool. But yeah, so that's the LFO table. Now, the other big addition is the curve modulator. And this one's really, really cool as well. So we can actually use the curve modulator inside of the generators as well. So instead of using an envelope, we can now use a curve. And the way this works is really, really smart. So usually when you load up a curve, the timing is set to 1 second. So this is a very surgical envelope, basically, right? As you can see, 1 second means that this envelope is 1 second long. Now, if you go into the editor, you can see that we can basically just kind of freeform change this the shape, and this is basically our LFO. So if we play this, let's get rid of this. That's going to be our LFO. So let's just... And where this gets super, super useful is once you use this for example, drum synthesis. So we could, for example, do a very, very simple body of a, let's say, like a kick drum, or like a snare drum, like that. And right now it's at 1,000 milliseconds, so 1 second. But you could technically zoom in and just make it whole lot shorter, like this. So you could do maybe like around here, and then it would be 189 milliseconds long. You can even just kind of move it, and then you can kind of see the length of your envelope right over here, which is really, really cool. So we can be super precise with this, and that's kind of the whole point, right? Is to be able to be precise with this, because then we can, for example, let's add a sampler in here. Let's grab a pink noise, and let's grab a curve, and let's do something else. Let's just put it all the way up here. Let's make it super long. And the other feature here is that we can actually change the timing of this. So we can leave it at 1 second, and then we can do any timing we want. We can say, okay, I want this to be, let's say, 6 milliseconds long, right? And that would work. And it would be super consistent. And, you know, for drum synthesis, this is amazing because it's super easy to use, and it's actually like millisecond accurate rather than just kind of guessing with an LFO. And if you are part of my Patreon, you will have probably seen the kick and snare synthesis live streams, and I've talked a little bit about like the timings of all of the different parts of a snare drum or a kick drum and how long they should be, so you can kind of follow those. And you can obviously change it, so we can make this body longer or shorter, and you can even change the behavior, so you can have it be a sustain, and we can change the point here where it's supposed to sustain. I think this is a loop right now. Let's see. I think we'll have to change. And then if we let go, it'll kind of fade out. You can do a ping pong. So we'll just do a ping pong between these 2 points, and you can even move these points around. There's a bunch of like really cool granular stuff you can probably do with this. Let me turn this up one more. Let me put up the speed. You might hear a little bit of white noise in the background because I'm turning up the fan right now. It's getting really hot in here. Let me also turn on this thing. Swing. I hate summer for this. But yeah. Cool. And then obviously the analog section, the wavetables and everything kind of have stayed the same. But those were kind of good to begin with. Like you didn't need any changes in those, right? Then other things that you have is a pitch tracker. So maybe that can come in really, really handy for, you know, for color bass, for example. The random LFO and the normal LFO now are able to go down to 0 Hertz. So they can basically be stopped at any point, which is cool. And they go up to 100 Hertz, which can be very, very useful for doing some kind of noise, almost noise modulation, like modulations, as you can see. So it's like similar to the chaos modulator in Serum. It's just a little slower, but you could also just use a noise oscillator as a modulator as well. But this makes it really, really handy. Right, then we have a bunch of new MIDI stuff. I think all of the MPE stuff is new. I think the pitch wheel here is new as well, so you can now assign things to the pitch wheel. I believe we also have a pitch wheel over here, so that's something that I usually didn't even realize that we had, is you had a pitch wheel over here. And another big addition I just remembered is that now in Snap-Peep and Multipass, you don't have to go in, and if you want to do a parallel effect, for example, let's say we want a sound. And we want to have a distorted version of that, right? So we'll do a distortion. Let's do a filter before that. And we want to have it in parallel. We could turn on this parallel over here, and then we can kind of mix it using the gain here. But what we can do now is literally just leave it like this, and then use the global mix knob here that we have. And the cool part is, even outside of Snap Heap, you now have a mix knob. And this is super OP, because you don't have to do all of the complex routing to make things kind of like parallel and everything. You can just kind of mix it in like this, which is super, super handy. And the same goes for multipass. So we can add, for example, dynamics and just squash it, make it into like an OTT kind of preset. Move that down there, turn up the release, turn up the gain like that. Oops, like that. Duplicate it. And we can mix in our OTT preset. Is the background noise being too loud, or is it fine? Like, is it annoying, or is it okay? I hope it's not annoying. Envelope also added hold and attack slope options, which I found really helpful for some reason. Oh yeah, that as well. So if you go to the envelope, this one has also been updated. As you can see, we now have a hold option here, for example. We have a delay option as well. I think we had this before though. We have a release, and this is kind of I think this is the sustain level. So it's just a dotted kind of line here that kind of indicates to you where the sustain is, because if you use the hold here as well, you might get confused what the sustain is and everything. It's a very complex envelope at this point, right? You have attack, decay, sustain, hold, delay, and release, like a bunch of stuff. And you can also trigger this. So that's really, really cool. Then we have another part that is insane. And I think this is going to be super, super helpful for you if you want to do like special effects, Snap Heap racks, right? Like really complex sound design stuff. You have something that I really, really liked about FL Studio's Patcher, which is Remap. And this bad boy is awesome. So what this does is it allows you to just add any modulator to it and then change the behavior of that modulator. So for example, here we have the LFO, and we can map it to this Remap. And now you can see that it's basically just modulating the little point here across this line, which is just 0 to 100, right? But you can go in here and change the way this modulator works. So for example, we can have it be logarithmic or exponential, I think. And then you can see just by the modulation there that it's kind of following the way this is set up. Now we have something similar like this outside of the Remap now as well. So if you, for example, just automate the gain, and this is something I think also really, really big. I haven't even talked about this yet. You can see the lines here when we modulate things. So you can more easily see where you're modulating stuff. And the other part is if you right-click this, you have a bunch of new options here. So first of all, you have the option to just change the amount, right? But then also you can change what the actual output amount would be. Similar to how it would work, for example, in an Ableton rack. So for example, if we wanted this to go from -infinite decibels and we wanted to exactly hit 0 decibels, and this is crazy, we can just right-click this and type in 0 decibels, and it'll do exactly 0 decibels. So we don't have to care about that anymore. And this is awesome. And then the other cool part is just like in Serum, we have this little modulation curve here, so you can turn this up or turn it down. And it works similarly to the Remap, but it's a much more simplified version of that, right? Now, with the Remap, you have a couple more options. So if we map this to the gain here, for example, actually, let's not map it to the gain, let's map it to the Remap. We can go in here and we can give it a completely different behavior. For example, we can say, okay, we only wanted to start doing something at around like 80%. That's where we want it to kick in. So for example, if you have any kind of like transitional effects where you want it to be like, you know, like a high pass, then the reverb comes in, then the frequency shifter comes in, and then the compression comes in, or the distortion comes in at the end, or maybe like an LFO, like an auto pan, you can kind of really control the behavior of a modulator with this. And this also works for macros. So instead of, for example, using an LFO here, you could just map a macro to it and then map that to whatever you want to map. And it would work the same way, as you can see. And this is really, really really powerful because this is something that you could do in Patcher, and I think that's why Patcher has so many Patcher presets, is because you have the remapping functionality, and I think in the XYZ, I think it's called like the XYZ something. I don't quite remember. But yeah, so other cool stuff you can do is you can, for example, have it behave like this. So for some reason, right, if we move up the macro here, it will start to introduce itself, and then it'll just drop down, and then introduce itself later again. So you can do really, really crazy kind of experimental effects. Now, this isn't something that you will always use, but this is something that is very, very helpful when it needs to be done, right? When you actually need it. So yeah, that's like awesome. And then the other stuff is you have like lower limit, upper limit. I'm not entirely sure yet what these do, because you can map two things here as well. I'm guessing that you can map this over here, and then you can change the... this is like a limiter, right? So like this is a limiter for the automation, basically. That's also very, very useful, I would say. We have a lower, upper limit, lower limit. You have a scale, so you can kind of increase the modulation amount. So let's say, for example, if this LFO was down here and we wanted to use this somewhere else, but we wanted it to be more extreme, we could use the scale function and then just turn it up by 10, for example, right? And then we can kind of decrease it a little bit like that. That's really useful as well. We have sample and hold, and I believe if we do this one and we map it to, for example, to connect an input, let's map it over here. I believe if we turn this up all the way, we can just sample different positions of that LFO curve. So if I just hit it random times, we get a random position from that LFO. Now, I'm not entirely sure where this could be useful. You will probably know better. Like some of you will probably know better. But this can likely be very, very useful. And then you have groups, and this is the other big thing. So, for example, if you have a bunch of like stuff, right? Let's say we have freaking like this many LFOs, and then we have to make them small, and then they're annoying, and then they're just in the way. We can drag them into a group like this. We can rename that group, for example, to LFOs, and then we can just, for example, we can have them open like this, and then we can minimize this, and it's just like not in the way anymore, right? And now I think probably similarly to the groups for the modulators, we have currently, unfortunately, the bypass doesn't work. They're probably going to update this super soon. But if you use the groups here for the snap-ins, it's the same kind of concept. You can grab dynamics, for example. You can put this in here. You can put a free band EQ in here. You can call this, I don't know, like heavy compression, like that. And then you can just minimize that. And technically speaking, this should technically work, usually. You could bypass this. So you can turn this off, and then all of those effects will be turned off. Previously, I was just using Snap Heap to do something like this, but now you could just use the groups, right? Which is really, really cool. Now, currently, the bypass doesn't work. They still need to fix that. I think I figured that out like right after they released it. That was unfortunate, but they're usually super, super quick with fixing bugs. Like, I've been a beta tester for over a year now, I believe. And they are super quick with bug fixing. Like, it's crazy how dedicated they are. It's really awesome. Is there a way to select all your effects and group them at once without dragging every single effect? I don't think that's possible, but you could probably start off a group and then start adding the effects that way. So instead of you know, doing it and grouping afterwards, you could start with a group, and then you wouldn't have to undo, like, or do all the work, right? Sample and hold is really good if you use white noise as an input. It lets you get basically any random held value for each MIDI note. Yeah, for example, like that, right? And I think you could probably even do white noise. Let me grab sample and hold. No, okay, that won't work. But yeah, you could, for example, take an audio follower, and then if you have some white noise going into the audio follower, you could just click on that. And then if we have some noise playing, and then we have to sample it, turn it up a little bit. I think the noise is not necessarily going to work. Let's put it to peak. Sample, sample, sample. Yeah, there you go. So you would get some kind of some random stuff there, probably. That would probably work. But yeah, let's talk about the other things that are added. I believe aux was already a thing, but a new thing that we have is mix. And mix is quite useful once we, for example, have, and I'm not, correct me on that if it's not new. But for example, if we have, let's say, some kind of noise, right? And we have some filtered noise, you will see that we still have that saw wave, that saw wave coming in with the noise. But let's say we just want to use, like, we want to filter this noise and then use that filtered noise as a modulator, right? Something like that. Then we would have the analog here, the saw wave be in the way. So what we can do is we can add a mix in between here. And that way we can just turn on the level of the saw wave and just have the pure white noise here being filtered and then controlling the saw wave. So that's really, really awesome. Super simple to use. Now you don't have to open up any like additional groups or anything like that to do all of this stuff. You can obviously minimize all of this as well. Just like we have groups for everything now, which is really cool. And then obviously like stuff like the convolver and everything that they've added like previously to 2.0 is also technically stuff that was, I think, meant for 2.0. But since 2.0 was going to take quite a while, I'm pretty sure they probably released it earlier. But yeah. I think that's the most of it, I believe. Right. And with that, let's talk about why Phaseplant is such a big deal. One of the main reasons why Phaseplant is a big deal is because at this point, it has everything other sims have. On top of that, it has new stuff that is really, really useful and powerful. But not only that, now they have the groundwork for something much bigger than just Phaseplant, right? This whole ecosystem can essentially be like double the amount of plugins at some point, which is amazing because this means like if you stick with this ecosystem, you're just going to benefit from it by adding more and more plugins in here, right? So obviously I have all the plugins, so I have all the premium effects, I have the effects host, all of the essential plugins, which I believe are like 30 of them. So all of these are free anyways at the moment. All of these to the left here, all the premium ones here are paid. And I think Multipass and Snap Heap are also paid, and obviously Phaseplant. But you can get all of this stuff for free. You could pay $30 for Snap Heap, and you can kind of you can emulate what you have in Phaseplant in post. So you could use Operator or something like that, and then use Snap Heap with all of the effects and the modulators, which is really, really cool. But yeah, so the reason why Phaseplant is such a big deal is because, and I think this is something that most people kind of skip over, is you can make your own synth in this. So for example, let's compare it to something like Serum, right? Let's open up Serum and let's take a look at what we would usually use in Serum. I personally usually always use Oscillator A and Oscillator B. I use the filter, especially the double filters here, right? I like using those double filters. I use a kind of dimension expander, maybe with a little bit of hyperdimension. I use the distortion module. I use the flanger. I don't use the phaser. I don't use the chorus. I use the delay at times. I use the multiband compressor. Not really. I have post-processing for that. I don't use the reverb. I use the EQ and the filter. Sometimes I use this separate sub, but it's not always needed. It's better if you have that going into an OTT. And then I also use the noise, so the sampler in here, right? Now, here's the thing. I usually sometimes I end up using 3 LFOs. Sometimes I end up using 7 LFOs. Sometimes I use 1 envelope. Sometimes I use 3 envelopes, and then I want even more envelopes, right? And that's like why why Phaseplant is so powerful. It's because you can just have as many of any. So you can have as many envelopes as you want. You can have as many LFOs as you want, right? And the cool part about that is that if you end up making a patch that only needs 3 LFOs, you don't waste that extra space that you have in here, right? You don't waste that extra space, that extra LFO that you have in here. Now, in terms of the LFO, it's not really wasting any space anyway. So the UI in Serum that's why everyone uses Serum, because the UI is so smart. But we can get similar stuff done in here, right? So we could have, for example, we can just minimize the LFOs like this. And then we have 4 LFOs. We could end up using only three of these, and then we could just delete the last one. But where it's really, really powerful is in muscle memory. And if you know of muscle memory, it's basically the number one thing that is important for gamers, right? If you've ever seen like CSGO, competitive esports, these guys, they're using a very specific mouse, and they've just trained the hands to, and the muscle memory to just have perfect aim, right? And the thing is, the same goes for Serum. I can basically open up Serum, and I directly know, here's the level, LFO, cutoff, oscillator, FM from B. All this stuff that I'm doing right here, right? All of this stuff that I'm doing, compressor, multiband, BAM, distortion afterwards, maybe with a soft clipper. All of the stuff that I'm doing here, maybe like a filter with a minus resonance, like that. All of the stuff that I'm doing is all muscle memory. I know where this stuff is, and now how to access it. Now, if I were to, for example, change the size of Serum, I will likely still be able to find everything, but it'll take me a little longer. Now, imagine what would happen if we were to mangle with the modules here. Like, let's say the oscillator B would be at the bottom right, the oscillator A would be at the bottom right, the LFOs would be in the top left. Like, it'll be just like a mess, right? It'll be a complete mess. And it'll take you time to learn that stuff. And that's also why when I did the Vital stream, that was a similar thing to get used to. Like, oscillator A and B aren't in the middle. We have 3 oscillators over here on the top left. We have the LFOs on the right. We have the filters on the bottom left, and then we have the effects over here. So it's all about muscle memory, about knowing your eye, right? And the cool part about Phaseplant is the fact that you can build your own UI. And you can build it into a way where it's the most comfortable for you. For example, let's say you don't really need all of these effects, or you want some kind of post-processing to be inside of the plugin to begin with, right? You have a certain way of doing certain things, and you kind of, maybe you want a snap heap rack that has all of those different workflows in one and just be in the standard preset. Because the thing is, once you click new, you're greeted with this completely empty Phaseplant. But you can make your own initialized preset. So, you know, if you open any synth, you can hit. There's more towards here. You can hit initialize on any synth. For example, if we do, Serum, we can hit initialize. We can go to Vital, and we can hit initialize preset. Right? We can do all of that stuff. And the thing is, this is all still, even though it's initialized, it's not necessarily actually initialized. Because we still have all of these modules here, right? Everything is still at its place, just the settings are initialized. While with Phaseplant, if you hit initialize, you actually initialize the whole synth. There's no like preset oscillators, there's no like LFOs lying around. So all of that muscle memory is gone. And that's the number one reason why Phaseplant is kind of scary for most people. It's because they don't have this pre-built GUI that they're familiar with, right? They can't build a muscle memory that way. So what we're going to do is we're going to just set up a very, very simple kind of synth for us, right? So we're going to do just a very simple wavetable. We're going to start with that. We're going to name it Oscillator. And I'm just going to go with one oscillator. If I want an oscillator, for example, to do FM with, I can just click on here. I could, for example, add an analog. Usually, the analog waveforms are totally enough to do FM with. You can obviously go with some kind of wavetable and then use the modulators in there. But I just need the wavetable at the moment, and that's it. Now, the next thing I want to add is an analog oscillator. I'm going to call this sub-oscillator. This is something that I frequently use, so I want to be able to use that. Now, here's the thing. We have a total of 3 lanes, right? We have lane 1, lane 2, and lane 3. So here's the really cool part. If you take a look at, for example, like something like Serum, you have the option to direct out your sub. The issue, though, is if you, for example, use the multiband compressor, this sub is not going to go into the multiband compressor. So, for example, if you have a kind of bass sound in here with lots of muddy lows, the compressor is going to push all of that up. So that's why I usually, with post-processing, I would still recommend having a separate, like a sub in the patch, so that OTT doesn't like mess up the lows, right? And the cool part is we can kind of treat these 3 different lanes as 3 different audio channels, I guess you could say. So lane 1 is going to be basically for effects and everything. Lane 2 is probably going to be for like cleaning things up. And then lane 3 is where we can kind of sum all of the things that we have, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have oscillator 1 just be sent to lane 1 over here. And then I'm going to have oscillator the sub oscillator. I'm going to have it sent to lane 3. So basically oscillator 1 goes into lane 1, then lane 2, then lane 3, and then lane 3 goes to master. But sub oscillator goes straight to lane 3. So for example, now if we were to use, let's say we use a multipass and we use OTT in here. Also switch this to a sine wave. We go, for example, with a morphs default wavetable. Okay, let's go with something a little bit more scary like this. Let's go with something a little bit. If we had this sub, for example, going straight to the master, we would get a slightly different sound, right? And for example, if we took out, let's find a different patch here, maybe. Send this to the master. Suddenly it's lacking in sub, right? So let's go back to morphs. We'll pick the default wavetable here. I'm going to delete this. So now we have that set up, and now what we can do is we can just minimize the sub oscillator and not have to worry about it. That's the really cool part. We don't have to worry about it anymore. We can just leave it as it is. Next up, we're going to use a sampler. You can also use the noise oscillator, but I actually like using the sampler. And the best part about this is that you can actually load in samples and it'll be saved inside of this Phaseplant preset. So I'm going to load up a pink noise stereo because I like this the most. And I'm going to change this to BC3. And I believe we can even change the root. I'm not sure if you can turn off the root, like the note tracking, but I don't think you can. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe I should probably ask Khalils about this. But yeah, now we have a nice little white noise to work with. You can also obviously still use the noise oscillator, and we can still use stereo in here as well. So let's just go with the noise oscillator for now. If we can switch it to a sampler if we want to, I'm going to call this noise oscillator, right? And the coolest part about this is the only reason why I came to the conclusion that pink noise usually works better than white noise is because once I noticed when I turn up the slope, you can see it says 3 decibels per octave. If we turn this up, turn the sound, it doesn't sound all that great. White noise is very aggressive. Pink noise sounds awesome. Cool. Then that's set up. Let's send that to lane 3 as well, so it doesn't get annoying. Actually, we can probably send this to lane 1. That would probably be fine. And now here's the thing, though. We're going to minimize that as well. But now we have all of those oscillators playing, so we're just going to bypass those 2 oscillators. So now we have just the sub playing. Cool. So let's, for example, take a Serum and let's figure out the modulation section, right? So we have the envelope 1, 2, and 3. Envelope 1 is usually for the actual oscillator here for the synth. So we have an envelope here for the generator. So we don't really have to mess around with that. But we might want to use, and if we go back to Serum, we might want to use a second envelope, right? We might want to do that because sometimes I use this for a filter or anything like that. So we're just going to add 1 envelope, okay? We're going to minimize the envelope so it's just there and we can open it if we need it. And then the other thing I'm going to add is an LFO. Now, I personally like having having it on sync and having the rate be at 1.4. I personally like that a little bit more. It's a little bit easier to work with. And it's really cool that they finally managed to make the pyramid the standard LFO shape. I really like that. And now we can decide, usually I would never just use 1 LFO, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this, holding control and then just dragging it. I think you can even just hold control and click it, and then it duplicates it. And another really neat feature is, by the way, if you have this LFO being modulated by something, and you duplicate this LFO, it'll still have the same modulation on there. So all of that still stays the same, which is really, really cool. But I'm going to duplicate this, let's say, 3 times. I'm usually using 3 LFOs, right? So I'm going to minimize these as well. And then we have those 3 LFOs over there. So we can use them. And now you can see how we're slowly building our own little synth here, right? Now, the question is, do we want to add anything to the final stage here? So we could, for example, let's say I'm usually really, really loud with my sound, so I want to add a limiter to the last part here. So I just want to make sure I don't blow my ears out when I do sound design. I'm just going to add a limiter, and I'm not going to mess with the limiter, so I'm just going to minimize it, right? And maybe, let's say I am more of the aggressive type and I actually want a soft clipper on the master. So instead of having a limiter, we could go with a transient shaper and using the clipping function in here. Do you need to rebuy what? Now, another thing that we could do, and this is really, really cool, instead of using either limiting or soft clipping, we could go to snap heap. And what we could potentially do here is we could go in here and we can add a limiter and a soft clipper. And what we could probably do is we can do a mix between those. So, for example, if we, let's say we use the, let's see how we do this. If we have the limiter happening first, the transient shaper isn't going to do anything, right? I think that's something that we know, right? If we play a sound, let's make this a little louder. Let's turn this up in levels. Let's grab a size scope just to see what's happening. Where's the size scope at? Oh, I think we added it to the wrong channel. I'm gonna grab the size scope here. I'm gonna add it, open it, play it, so we can see the waveform there. And let's just say we're pushing this against the limiter, right? So we're going to turn this up quite a lot. And you can see we're adding a little bit of soft clipping here. So what we can do is we can likely use a macro in here, and then we can turn up the threshold. And we're just going to right click this and type in how much decibels we want. So the threshold goes up to 6 decibels. This would be a little bit difficult. We're going to do it differently. What we're going to do is, can we do a bypass on this? No, we can't. Okay. Okay, what we're going to do is, this is very, very simple. We're going to add a, we're going to mess with these two mixes. So what we're going to do is we're going to put this macro on here. I'm going to put this macro on here. And we're going to, actually, you know what? This is the cool part. We're not going to just normally do this because it will basically fade between the two, which doesn't sound all that great. So what we're going to do is we're going to use a remap. And go into this remap. And we're going to add a point here. I'm going to right click it. And we're just going to put it down here. We're going to snap this as well, so it's a lot easier. And we're just going to do this, right? So now it's basically changing right in the middle. We're going to use the macro, put it on there. Like that. And then what we can do is we can mix in between those two channels. So when we turn this down, we're going to have this one up, and this one needs to be reversed. Basically what happens now is that we can switch between either having the limiter on or having the soft clipper on. And I think this is pretty useful for like a final output, right? So I would probably have the limiter be the first thing. So I'll turn this around. I'll turn this to plus 100, this one to minus 100. And then I'll just have to switch these. So now if we play a sound, now we're using pure limiting. And now we're using pure soft clipping. And we're going to call this limit slash soft or clip, right? We're just going to clip it. Limit slash clip. Cool. Then we can just close this, and we can literally just have this laying around over here. And then we can switch in between the two. And we can even go in here and rename this to limit slash clip. Right? Just like that. And then you have a final output here that you can decide if you want to just use a limiter, just be safe with the volume, or if you want to use soft clipping. Why are you using the transient shaper as a soft clipper and not the distortion set to soft clip? Okay, so that's the other big thing about Phaseplant that has been updated as well. Oh, what the hell? What was that? I think I just clicked the wrong thing. We also have a little game over here. if you're getting discouraged from all the crazy, or getting a little fatigued from all the crazy sounds that you're making, you can play little games here. So the new distortion module, so it's not new, but it has gotten quite an update. It looks like this. If you remember the old KHS distortion, let's go over here. Let's type in KHS distortion. It looks like, oh, we'll probably type in kilohertz distortion. There we go. This is the old kilohertz distortion, right? This is what it looked like. This is what it used to look like. This is now what the kilohertz distortion looks like. And there was a big thing about the distortion unit that they finally changed it. And that is, if you take a look at the output here, we're just running a sine wave through this distortion unit, right? And you can see how this is just a sine wave, and this isn't really what normal distortion really usually looks like. If we grab, for example, the Ableton saturator, and we put this in here, this is usually the distortion that you would expect from a saturation plugin, right? And this is what was usually like offsetting me, or like kind of like keeping me away from the distortion module from kilohertz, is because of that kind of ugly clipping that happens. And the reason why this happens is because of this DC filter. And now what this DC filter does is basically it removes it's a low cut filter at 20 hertz that basically helps when you use the bias. So for example, if we use the bias here and we move the waveform to one side, I think if we use quantize, it's a little bit more obvious. Let's see. Yeah, if we turn this off, let's switch it back to overdrive. If we use the bias here, what can happen is that we can offset the waveform here, and it looks a little bit silly, right? And the thing is, it sounds cool, but it's like completely off, right? It's like, where's it going, right? And the thing is, the DC filter would generally speaking fix something like that, but then it also kind of mangles the sine wave like this. So if you're trying to make drums, imagine having this as an output. So that's why, finally, even if you don't use the bias, it still happens, right? So finally, they added this DC filter switch, and when you turn that off, you get clean distortion. As clean as you can think. Look at that. You can use saturate. Nice. You can use fold back. Looks perfect. You can use sine distortion. Looks awesome. Hard clipping. You can use quantize. Now, quantize is still going to distort a little bit. The reason why this is still like clipping over 0 decibels is, and this is something that you could argue is a good thing or a bad thing, the KHS distortion has oversampling. I think 2 times oversampling, maybe 4 times. They might want to correct me. But if we load this up, you can see we have around 3 samples, which is pretty low for oversampling, actually. But yeah, so KHS distortion has oversampling inside of it. And that's why it's clipping. And if you've watched my exclusive live stream on mixing and mastering, you know that if we use any waveform that has a lot of high end, we will usually end up clipping above 0 decibels. And that's why you could just follow it up, for example, with a simple transient shaper and just clip the rest of it. It's usually fine like that, right? The thing is, that this distortion is still happening, right? It's still distorting it perfectly fine. It's actually higher quality than normal distortion units. I think even Saturator would probably clip. Let's take a look at Saturator. Let's turn this off. Yeah, this turned off. Yeah, see? So even Saturator here is clipping above 0 decibels. And because it's in high quality mode, it's also oversampling. It's also using 4 samples. So if you turn off the high quality mode, you will just get a clean 0 decibels. Now, they could probably just add that oversampling switch as well into this plugin. For example, I don't know, not a lot of people I think use the spread function. Maybe something like that, like have a toggle for the oversampling. But then again, I'm pretty sure they're just at some point going to do a soft clipper anyways. And then with that soft clipper, currently you can just use the transient shaper, like the soft clipper in here. Or you could probably use a second unit of distortion and use that maybe as a hard clip here. Turn on the spread. It's still going to cause a little bit of clipping, but it's usually fine. That's why I'm just using the transient shape, because that's like absolutely clean, like kind of cut off. We can switch this over back to the... Here you can see we can switch between clipping and limiting, and there you go. So the distortion unit is now fully viable. You can use it for drum synthesis, for basses, for everything. You can, like, for example, load up a multipass, and you won't get any really, really weird, like, waveforms with this, right? So you could use it like that. Maybe a 2.5. Distort this more, distort this more, distort this less. And you have like a OTT distortion. This is just because of the minimum phase. Really, really cool stuff. But yeah. So this is as a standard like initialized preset. This is super useful. Now you could argue, okay, well, you know, Serum also has filters, so maybe we can add a couple of filters that are pre-built in. So we can add maybe like a low pass filter. Let's add another one in here that you can then just quickly switch to something else. Maybe want to have some kind of distortion unit in here as well that just doesn't really do anything. Switch this back to a sine wave. This is already doing a little bit, so maybe we don't turn it down a little bit. I think we should probably switch it to saturate. Oh, it's already doing a little bit. Also, oh, this is just too loud, actually. Yeah. There you go. So now you just have two filters and a distortion unit, and you could technically build your whole group here as well. If you wanted, you could do a new group, and you can just add in all of the effects that you know. You can add a resonator in here, you can add a distortion in here, you can add, and you can just minimize these as well, right? We can add a ring mod, maybe we can add a phaser. We can add a pitch shifter, we can add a flanger, and you can just, you know, you can just turn them all off, like turn all of them off. Call this effects. And then you just minimize it, and then you just have a effects group in here that you can just open up and then use individual parts. Now, do note that if you have these loaded in, it's going to take a little bit more RAM. But you have the option, right? If you, for example, don't use the phaser, delete it. If you don't use the resonator, delete it. But the other cool part, and this is something that I found always very, 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 very useful in Serum, that was a little bit annoying for me about Vital, is the double filters, right? If we go into Serum, we have these options of multi-filters here. And we have, for example, a high notch filter that we can then automate and get super, super quick modulations with. And the thing is, you can do the same in Phaseplant. This is really, really cool. We can even do a triple filter. So what we can do is we can load up a snap peep in here, and we can add 3 filters. So we can add filter number 1, filter number 2, filter number 3. And then we have one filter be a low pass filter, one filter is a high pass filter, and then one filter is maybe a notch filter, and we could actually probably add another filter, which is a bandpass filter. And now we're going to talk about how to make this bandpass actually usable, and you'll figure out in a second. Now, first of all, let's do the low pass filter. We're going to automate, we're going to call this LPF, so low pass frequency. So let's do low pass frec, right? Let's call this low pass Q. Actually, I don't usually use the Q on here. But we can just still do it, just if we need it. We're gonna do high pass frec. We're gonna do high pass Q. We're gonna do notch frec and notch Q. And then we're going to do something very, very special. We're going to do bandpass frequency. And we're going to do bandpass Q. And we're going to make use of something really, really special here. We're going to make use of the Remap modulator. So in order to make this work, this mix knob, right? Because we can't really bypass the bandpass in here. As you can see, we would turn. Let's switch this over to a like a square wave, for example. Like all of these wouldn't really do much. This is kind of fine. Like these 3 filters are kind of fine if we turn off. Oh, we can just do them. It sounds the same, right? But if we have the bandpass in here, obviously we have something that changes the sound. Now what we can do is we can use the remap, and we can map the bandpass frequency, for example. We can map that to the remap. And then we can do something like this. We can just grab this and we can have it turn on almost immediately when we move this bandpass frequency. So when we use this, like this, right? So if you take a look at this, I can actually stretch it out a little bit, and I can probably zoom in even like that. You can see that we'll basically have nothing happening here, and then it just switches on. So if we use this on the mix, over here, this is the gain, let's use it on the mix. What we can basically do is that the bandpass frequency filter is just turned off when we're not using it, when the frequency is all the way down. And then when we want to use the bandpass frequency, we can turn it on. Now, what we need to be careful about is to then not modulate it from 0, because that could be a little bit scary, right? We can also use the cues here to turn the filter on and off, probably. But let's just do this, and let's just have it like be like, you just have to move it just a tiny bit. Let's go in here and just make it even shorter. Let's zoom in. Oh, zoom in even further. Let's do something like that. And then what we can do is we can use the same modulator for pretty much, no, just for the frequency, for the bandpass frequency. I think that's actually enough. And then you can just kind of modulate it like that. You can just move it up a little bit and then modulate it like that, right? So that's super useful. And then we're going to automate the frequency here 100%. We're going to map the Q here as well. And likely the thing is, like, if we turn this up, we're likely not going to be using a Q this high, right? Like, it's very rare. So maybe we could turn it down to 80%. That's probably the highest we're going to be end up using. And you can really cater it towards whatever you want to do here. So maybe we don't want to have it be all the way down. Maybe we want this to be the lowest, and so 0.5. So let's type in 0.5. And then the highest should be that, right? And then we have a kind of like bandpass filter that kind of makes sense for us. And then again, for the low pass frequency, we're just going to automate that. And low pass Q, we're going to automate that as well. So maybe we want to start the same as the other ones, 0.5 for all of these. And then actually for the notch, we want to go up. Let's go with 2. And then low pass Q, again, we're going to go up to, I think, 80%, right? And then if we move this around, we can then turn that up. And then the low pass frequency filter is, frequency is going to be all the way up. The low pass Q is going to be probably around, let's do it around, let's just keep it up, keep it down all the way. Let's do the same thing here. So we're going to go to the Q here. We're going to type in 80%. And then the high pass frequency is going to be like that. So we can move that around as well. And then the notch filter is going to do the same thing. We're just going to change the cutoff like this. Have it all the way up, so it's not annoying us. And then the notch Q is probably going to go from 0 to, let's see what the maximum value should be. Probably around. And we can actually right click it and just change the amount here. So let's do 0.5 probably. Like that. Let's just make it a little bit higher than that. Let's do, yeah. Oh, yeah, right. Right click and just type in 2. That's what I want to do. Perfect. And now we have our triple, like, no, quadruple? How do you say it? Our quad filter. Let's call it quad filter, right? Call it quad filter. And we can save this as well. We can hit save, and then we can save it as a quad filter. And then let's just have that in here. So we can just delete these 2 filters and just have this quad filter in here. We can minimize it and then use it. If we want to use it, we can turn it off if we don't want to use it, right? And there you go. So let's switch it back to a sine wave. And now we have a nice little setup here, right? Very, very simple stuff. And now, for example, now you would have to say, okay, do I want to commit to this workflow, right? That's the important part. Do I want to commit? Do I actually want to commit to this muscle memory, right? So I'm going to hit save. Obviously, over time, you're still going to have the muscle memory on how to use the LFO, how to use the effects and everything. But especially the layout is super important. So I'm going to save this as NASCO init. And I'm going to go to the browse here. And I'm going to right click on this NASCO init. I'm going to go and set this as the default. And when I do that, every time I open up Phaseplant, it's going to be the same default preset that we just created. And that's awesome. That's super useful because you don't have to think about, oh, what else do I need to add? What else do I need to do? You can just open this up and straight away use it. So for example, now I could just literally go in and, you know, I could just write a simple, super quick bass sound with a wavetable. So I'll go down to E0, I mean. I'll just go in here, I'll turn on the sub oscillator, I'll open up the sub oscillator as well. I'm going to open up one LFO. I'm going to just quickly change the mode here. I'm going to use another LFO on a ramp up, and then I'm going to use that on the wavetable position. I'm going to switch the wavetable to one of my user wavetables here, for example, BG4. I'm going to switch this down to 2.4. And then I'm going to start automating. I'm going to start automating the gain of both of these oscillators. I'm going to switch this to clip. And then I'm going to turn on the quad filter. So I can now, for example, I can start automating things. So I can start automating the high pass frequency. We can even do we can use the band pass here. And then we're probably not going to use the low pass. Then use the notch frequency here, so we're going to do the opposite. So now we have the BN filter from Serum, right? If you go to high notch, you could technically just use the high pass frequency filter here and the notch filter, and then we would have the high notch filter if we want to go with the band pass, the band peak. Okay, we don't have the peak in here, so maybe we can do something about that as well. We have the band notch filter. So we have the notch filter here, and we would use the band pass, which we're doing right now. You also have a low notch filter, so you could do that as well. It's endless, right? The possibilities are crazy. Now, let's add a multi-band compressor. So I'm going to add multipass. I'm going to put this onto the final master here. And I'm just going to quickly set this up. I'm going to go down to 80 and then to 50. Actually, let's just keep it like around here. I'm going to add a dynamics, which is also, by the way, free now, right? All of these, I believe, are now free. And let's turn up the release a little bit. Turn up the input gain. Turn up the output gain. Let's duplicate this by holding Control. And there you go. You can even quickly rename this to OTT. Now, what we can also do is we can delete these two. We can macro the attack and the release. So let's do that, and let's do this as well. Turn this down and put this to 50%. So like that. Call this attack. Call this release. And then we can just duplicate it, and it'll keep the macros here. And now we have this over here. And you can even still move the cutoffs around. We can turn up the release. We can turn on the attack. We can turn up the attack. And we have the output gain, and we can even mix it. So let's duplicate it. And maybe we'll use this one a little bit. Cool, and then maybe we can also just use the soft clipper that we have on the master, or we can just add some distortion as well and just drive it. Crazy, right? Now we want to clean up the main bass here because I can hear a little bit of a low rumble. So I'm gonna add a simple filter, and I'm just gonna get rid of the low end there. I'm gonna turn up the sub here that we have. Oh, this is going to the master. Let's send this to lane 3. There we go. Now it's clean. And now we can even like distort the sub here, so we can add a distortion unit in here. And maybe add a low pass filter. Cool, and we can even change the LFO here. We can go in here and maybe put this to 2, and then we'll just do... You can also... One really cool thing I noticed is that if you stretch the LFO editor, you can basically use it more as a longer LFO, right? If you add more different different modulations, you can just keep stretching it. And you, for example, at this point, it's quite a lot, but you could change the grid to, I believe, 16, and then you have a little bit more grids. So it's super useful. we can turn on the band limit here, for example. Have it a little bit cleaner, and let's introduce some FM. I'm going to use analog here down below the oscillator. I'm going to map that to the phase. Turn that up. Let's turn it up 4 harmonics. Let's use the unison in here, and luckily, unlike Serum, for example, in Serum, if you wanted to do something like this, if you wanted to do FM from B, and if you wanted to use unison, this wouldn't work. Because you would first have to enable the unison in the main oscillator for it to work. So if you don't turn on the random here, you wouldn't hear any kind of like detune from this. Only until you enabled it in the first oscillator. This isn't the case for Phaseplant. So you can just enable it, and it'll just work. Let's put it to heart. Let's change the bias a little bit. And then we get cool stuff like that. And now, since we have the sub cutout, we could also just add a frequency shifter and play this lower. Oh, it's getting really warm in here. And again, you have access to things like disperser. Maybe we'll add a simple little flanger as a delay, or let's just add the general delay here. Let's use the third LFO, right? And let's mess around with the frequency shifter. Whoa! And you make it 2/4. And maybe we can introduce the low pass filter as well. Let's add that as well. So you can see how intuitive this is, right? This is super cool. If we don't want to use the bandpass filter anymore, just turn it off by turning it down all the way, and then start using the high pass frequency. And then start turning down that. It's solely up to you what you want to do. Maybe let's turn up the sync. And it's super fun, right? And then you can add other effects. For example, we can do, we can do this delay. We can add another delay, and maybe we want this delay to be ping pong and filtered. So what would we do? We would go to Snap Peep, and let's also make this one like that. We're gonna go to Snap Peep. We're gonna add a simple delay. Ping pong, turn up the pan. And then let's add a filter. And actually, in this case, I'm going to use a slice EQ because it's a lot simpler. We're just going to add 2. Like that. And now we can mix this in. So what we're going to do is we're going to add another LFO, put this back to sync. And we're going to put this to 4.8 so we get half the speed. Oh god, we need to, resize this a little bit. And then we're going to do something like this. And we're just going to automate the mix here. So we have the first one being clean and the second one having the delay. And then we can start messing with the delay in here. Another thing that we could do is, instead of doing it like this, we can also, instead of mixing the changing the mix here, we could actually probably just grab a gain in here, put it to percentage, and this is also a really cool thing that they did, is they added this percentage mode for the gain snapping. Before we had decibels, and we could go down to 30 decibels, but that wasn't enough, right? So now with gain, we can go down all the way to 0, so minus infinite decibels. And what's really cool about that is we can macro that, and we can type in 100. We can actually just go in here and we can just type into this part here. We can type in 100%, and then we're just basically turning off the input. So if we turn this all the way up, we're just silencing the sound. I'm going to call this input, right? And what we're going to do is we're going to put this in parallel, so we'll mix it in. Now, since we can't hear anything, what we're going to do is we're going to turn up the mix of this delay all the way up, so we just get the pure delay. And we're going to just automate the input instead of automating the mix. And I think that's going to give us a much sort of more natural sounding, right? And then instead of using the delay, because that one only goes up to 10 milliseconds, we could also use the resonator. So if we load up the resonator, it looks a little bit weird for now. Let's just turn up the intensity all the way, and the decay here's the feedback. And I personally don't really like using the specific window here. So what I'm going to do is I'm literally just going to turn this down all the way, and then just use a macro here to control the time. And then I can just mess with it. And I can also switch this to be reversed in polarity. And we can even do some fun stuff here. For example, what we could do is we can duplicate this resonator, maybe slightly offset it in its pitch. So we're just going to change it slightly. And we're going to put these two in parallel. And we're going to put one left and put one right. So you can do stuff like that as well, right? Because the resonator is basically just a comp filter. But we're just going to go with the standard delay here. On ping pong, on pan. Wait, why can't I hear it anymore? Oh, because we have the pan. We can also still take a frequency shift and switch this around as well. Oh, that's nasty. Listen to this. We can even probably automate this. So we can take this time here and just move it slightly up to like 231 hertz. And then maybe we can just take this and then just move it up. And probably duplicate this LFO and then just do this on 4.8. So, yeah, we'll just use that on the time instead. Put this to... Oh, wait. I messed up. This one needs to go down. And this one needs to go down. Wow, look at that. Now, if we want to add a little bit of noise into this, we can turn up the noise oscillator, we can turn up the stereo, we can add a filter in here by holding Alt, and then I'm just going to add a filter and high pass it. I'm going to go to the first LFO here, and I'm going to automate the gain. Isn't that awesome? And we can switch between limiting and clipping. That is so cool. And then we can save it, right? And we can call it maybe NASCAR base 20. Let's call it 1, probably. And again, like the types of sounds you can make in here are endless, right? I even tried to make some kind of Marauder style basses earlier. I think it was Nasty 1 and 2. Using the, what is it? The convolver in here. Because the Phaseplant, the kilohertz reverb hasn't gotten a lot of love, to be honest. The UI as well is a little simple, right? If we go to the reverb here, it doesn't quite look very appealing. We can also make this faster. But the convolver is really cool because it's a much more versatile reverb plugin. And then we also have Nasty 2 here, for example. And this is just trying to use lane 2 for the sub and then lane 1 for the actual bass. So if you turn this off, would have, oh, we could just turn off the sub here. We have the main bass using 2 resonators in here. Using a little bit of an ensemble. We can turn up the convolver. We can change around the detune. Then turn on this up. And then you can change around the delay here. It's really cool stuff. And again, if you haven't seen it yet, I have a preset pack that I did in 2021, I believe. I think that was last year, which is called Bass Forge. And this was when where I had a lot of fun with using the snap heap racks. So for example, if we go to some of these bass presets like bass face, you can see that I'm using some of these snap heap racks like my UPP rack, which was like a global like post-processing similar to my N-Power rack that I'm using now. It's really cool. And then you can just go in here and just, you know, just kind of reverse engineer some of these presets. And especially if Elephant was really, really cool. And then you have other things as well, like you can do very, very useful effects. And you can even use these inside of your project, right? You can just load up Snap Heap anywhere and use these effects on other sounds as well. You have Psycho, for example, which is really cool as well. You have a pizzicato mode. And a staccato mode. A lot of cool stuff. For example, one of my favorite ones was this Unz one is also really sick. Really, really heavy. You have Stop. And I think in this one I'm using my vocal rack, which is also a Snap Heap rack that I made using just a slice EQ and a bunch of, this is just a bunch of peak EQs and then turning it down. So this is really funny. So you can kind of emulate you can emulate a bandpass filter by just taking, for example, a slice EQ and then just grabbing a peak. And then this is plus 30 decibels. So all we have to do is, let's put this down to like that. We can turn down the output gain by 30 decibels. And then we, technically speaking, get like a bandpass filter, right? And if you take a look at how a vocoder works, it's basically just that and then a bunch of them. So I don't think we can duplicate it, but we could probably just add another one and then turn that up like that. Add another one, turn that up. Add another one, turn that up. Add another one, turn that up, but switch it to, that's the wrong type of filter. Let's add another one here, turn that up. And then we can just, I think you can even select multiple ones and then kind of just change their individual cues, and then we can kind of just have them all be the same. So you can kind of build your own vocoder that way, right? And then if you add some kind of OTT afterwards, it's really cool. And I think they're probably going to add some kind of vocoder at some point anyways. That parallel feature is disgusting. Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, let's go back to our initial preset here. Let's go in it. And because I wanted to fix the output here of the sub oscillator, I'm going to send that back to lane 3, so that's fixed. This is going to lane 1, perfect. And then we're just going to save this. And the cool part is that you can just overwrite your preset. And when you overwrite it, it's just going to update the initial preset. As you can see right here, if we open this up, it goes to lane 3. And this is really useful because if you end up noticing, oh, well, maybe my workflow is changing a little bit. I like using this specific plugin a whole lot, so I'm going to add it to my default preset. And then over time, you're going to get faster and faster and faster with these default presets. And as well, like this is kind of like an all-around kind of initialized preset, right? Like, for example, for Serum, maybe if you're using doing a very normal lead, maybe you just want to use one oscillator, one filter, one distortion. So you can have different default presets for different use cases, right? So for example, this is NASCO init, but we can also do a NASCO init. For example, if we go to, let's load up NASCO base 1. What we can do is we can kind of just take what we did here. I'm going to save this. Save it as OTT. I'm going to go to, okay, this is just a simple distortion. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up a snap heap. And in this snap heap, we're going to open up another snap heap, well, a multipass. And then we're going to load up OTT. And we're going to load up twice. And then we're going to load up a distortion unit. And then maybe a final transient shaper as an output, right? I'm going to turn up the mix here. And then maybe macro 1 is going to control the attack of both of these. And then macro 2 is going to control the release of both of these. Obviously, it's way too much at the moment, but we'll call this attack. We're going to call this release. Then we're going to make this into a drive, so we're just going to turn this down and then just turn this up until, I don't know, like until we do, let's do a maximum of 16 decibels of distortion, right? We're going to call this drive, and this is just the general output here. And then what we can do is we can save this as a rack, and we can call this post-process. Right? Very, very simple stuff. We can also maybe add another thing. We can add a slice EQ in here and switch this to mid-side mode. And then we only want to process the side channel only. I'm going to just make sure that the sub is never stereo. So around here probably. Right? Simple stuff like that. Maybe we want to add the option to change the amount of stereo that we have in the whole thing. So we're going to add a KHS stereo in here. I'm going to call this stereo. Stereo. And then we're just going to map this onto here. And then I'm going to put this to 100%, like that. And then, yeah. The maximum is 600%, which is kind of ridiculous, but it's going to be fine. And then there you go. And then you have your little rack. We're going to save this again, post-process. And then what you can do is you can say, okay, now I want to do a initialized preset that is specifically for basses. So we're just going to delete the snap heap here. We're going to load up another snap heap. We're going to load up our snap heap preset, which is post-process. So you already have that set up over here. Then you have maybe your snap heap rack over here, and then you can add other processing racks that you maybe need, right? And then you can save this as, for example, save, and call it NASCO bass in it. And save it. And then you don't have to make that into your default preset, but you can just have it there so that if you load up Phaseplant and you want to make a bass sound, you switch it to NASCO bass in it. And you can directly start working on your bass sound. And you can see how much time you're saving that way, right? And again, what we can do here, for example, we can load up the NASCO bass 1, and we can do something really cool. So currently that's our LFO, but what we can do is we can change this LFO to be, for example, a ramp down, and then make it into a complete 100%. And then we can add an LFO table and use that LFO table to then change the total amount of this LFO. So let's put that onto here, so we don't have to remap everything. And then switch this to sync. Maybe do a 4/8. And now just listen to what the morph LFO table, like the LFO table, can do. Put this a little faster. How cool is that? And we can switch this for some of the flow peaks, which sounded really cool. Let's make this a little slower. And you can smooth it as well. You can smooth it even further. Like, how sick is this? Maybe we can switch it over to some flow decays. And we can try some other things like grid beats. We can change the smoothing. And even here, we could go into the table and we can distort it. Insane. Let's try some other ones. Let's go with some tension. Maybe change the phase a little bit. It's so cool, like the fact that you can have all of this. And it reminds me of the time where like people were using the stepper in Massive to get all of these different LFO shapes in like a really cool like step sequencer kind of way. And now you can kind of have something like that, but even more versatile without any limits using the LFO table. Make this a little slower. And the other cool part is this: you can draw your own LFO shapes. You can do like a whoop, something like that. Maybe we should probably pick the table as well. It should be somewhere over here. Where are you at? Let's do it's the very first one. Go back in here, draw something else. This is the stuff. This is stuff that's like next level. This is stuff that's next level. Absolutely next level. And you can even mix it in with the original. Look at that shit. Like, and then just distort it. Whoa! Holy crap. Holy shit. Yeah, you can even, yeah, of course, and you can smooth it, right? Does that work correctly? Perfect. You can smooth the... Whoa! And let's squarify this wavetable as well. Let's turn on squarify. Man, that's like ridiculous. Let's delete this processing here, all of it. Grab Snap Peep and then go with post-process. Oh, we might want to save it this way, right? Like this at 50%, this at 50%, and turn up the... Maybe we want to save it this way. So let's go save, post-process, okay. It's ridiculous. Go back in here, draw something entirely different. Mix it in with the original. Make it more. Turn on the smooth. Maybe make it a little bit different. You can even change it to a saw wave. Even do something like this. I mean, I think we can invert the amplitude. Look at that shit. What the hell? What the hell? Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's do something like that. And then you have instant inspiration, right? It's amazing. The LFO table is absolutely insane. And I think it's going to be my go-to for making bass sounds because, like, it's actually faster than... I mean, this is also pretty fast. But this, just drawing it in, is insane. And you can just change one part of it. Or maybe just do this. What the hell? Ridiculous. What happened to my face cam? I can turn it back down like that if you want me to. So the Snap Peep system is integrated into PP. Yes. Oh, you can actually turn it around. The Phaseplant modulation system is integrated into Snap Peep. And it's so useful. Like, we can do so many cool effects now. Like, let's go to... let's go to, where is it? Let's go bass in it. We can do other cool sounds as well. Like we can go, for example, it's what I personally like doing is like a saw wave. Let's do an LFO, for example. Let's use an envelope here, actually. Let's just use an envelope, turn up the attack, and then we'll put that onto the low pass frequency. Let's add a ring mod. And let's add a bit crusher. Instantly. Maybe let's add some ensemble. Maybe that sounds cool. Who knows? Put it to sign. And we can even add a frequency shifter. Let's make sure that the sub is out of this before we do this. Maybe we can add some FM to it as well. Maybe we can even automate the frequency. Yeah, you want to tell me that's not crazy? Bro, let's add a disperser. Let's add a Phaseplant maybe. Let's make these a little bit smaller. Let's add another disperser on with a high pinch on the top end. Let's add a convolver and see what other cool effects we have in here. Let's go to phase. Maybe have this convolver actually just affect the main bass sound here, not the sub. This is disperse. Also, if you have convolver, you technically also have disperser. Wow. Whoa! Ridiculous, right? Just ridiculous. Let's go back into the ring mod and then start changing it a little bit. That's crazy. I can actually wear my headphones now because it's not as warm anymore. We can even switch it around so we can use the ring mod first and then use the bit crusher. Maybe we're gonna add a strong peak to this. So let's go and grab. After this, we're gonna grab another filter, and let's do a peak. And let's also automate that with the envelope. Now, there's another thing that I wanted to show you, and that's really, really cool. And we're just gonna initialize this to NASCO in it. There's another cool filter here that they released just recently that I think a lot of people aren't really realizing is a really cool filter. So if we load up the size scope here, I want to show you this cool filter that people are kind of like underusing, and it's called nonlinear filter. So if we switch this over to, for example, a square wave, we can see that the nonlinear filter does also have that same DC filter at the end. That's why it's skewing our waveform like that. But this is really, really cool because the nonlinear filter is basically also a distortion unit. As you can see, a nonlinear filter is basically, I think it's kind of like a, I don't know the actual like technical terms of it, but it's similar to a mixture of a distortion and filter. So it's actually distorting the the filter here. And the cool part is that you have a bunch of different modes here. And for example, one of the ones that's craziest is biased. And you can switch it, for example, to a bandpass. You can have it at saturated. So let's just grab an LFO here and just automate it. And then if you take off the drive. Now we are using a square wave, so that's already distorted as much as it can be. So let's go with a triangle. And let's use maybe... Let's turn it up a little bit here with a gain. So you can see without the drive. With it. We can switch it to tubular, for example. I really like tubular as well. And these all behave differently. As you can see, for example, we can try warm. Again, biased, fuzzy. And even for bass sounds, this can be really, really useful. If we go back to bass, let's go bass in it. And we don't use any of these. And let's just load up a simple spectral wavetable again. Something like that. Let's use a simple LFO here on the gain again. We can technically even skip this whole process and just kind of add a gain right before the snap heap here. Just add a gain in here, switch it to percentage. And then we can just add it here. But do know that anything that's before that will then can get gated. So we don't really want to do that. So let's just use the normal gains then. Turn on the sub oscillator and add that to it as well. And now... Put that back down. Let's grab a the nonlinear filter, put it to a bandpass, and start automating that. Let's also start automating the Q here. Turn up the release. And now we can start driving this. And you can actually hear the difference here. Now I'm going to go in here and just reduce. Just try and listen to it. Look at that. Isn't that awesome? So I think what this reminds me of is like kind of like the screamy filters from Massive almost. Really cool stuff. Also, I'm going to load up the bass unit again. And I'm going to just turn these back up to 50 because I think, oh, we can just load up the post-processing. And save it again. And also, you can even use, for example, what I'd like to do is I'd like to add, go to offline samples. So I'm going to hide that really quickly. I'm going to go to almond breaks. Let's use this one, for example. And using the nonlinear filter on here as well is really, really awesome. Let's grab a Phasescope Pro. And they're probably going to do a scope for a KHS scope as well in the future. So if you take a look at this, let's put this to bar. Let's just turn up the cutoff all the way so it's not really doing anything filter-wise, right? You can hear. Not really doing much. But what we can do is we can turn up the drive. And it's a very, very usable distortion. Especially clipped here is really, really cool. It's like a soft clipper. Install up a different one. We can even use tubular again. Sounds really cool as well. Look at that. Look at how it's shaving off those transients so well. But yeah, that's basically Phaseplant 2.0, and it's just gonna get better from here on out, right? And again, you can do so many cool effects in here. It's ridiculous. Let's set up the same NASCAR base 1 here, for example. And you can see we're just hitting 0 decibels here. It's a ready-to-use bass. You can remove the analog. Turn up the band limit. Now, if you don't have my wavetables, I think this month for the Patreon, I'm going to be doing a pack of these kind of wavetables here that I have. Because they're really, really cool. But if you don't have these wavetables, I highly recommend using the spectral ones. Those are super cool as well instead of Phaseplant. This one's super sick. Like harmonic wand, so cool. Let's reduce some of the white noise here, so that's not too extreme. Let's put the LFO that's responsible for this movement to 2.4. Yeah, listen to that. How dope is this? You can go in here, you can scorify. Whoa! Ridiculous. And you can still go into this LFO. Now, these are just LFO shapes, right? So these are just static. But you can still try some of these. Let's go with something a little bit simpler. Let's make this a little slower. I don't think you have a drawing mode in this, but obviously you can see this takes quite a long time to make. So with the LFO table here, if we just put this back to one of the basic, classic... oh, the dome looks nice as well. That would probably be very, very useful as well for basses. Let's put that back up. Turn this down and then just put this on here. Oh, that's awesome. And we can just go in here and, for example, take another LFO that goes in a ramp kind of motion. So ramp up and put that to sync and then do that over this time. And then we can just kind of morph between the different shapes. Whoa! How cool is this shit, right? Let's turn on some unison. Put this to hard mode. Whoa. Add a snap beep. Maybe you can also automate the drive here. Or maybe we can automate this gain. It's amazing. I do hear a little bit of a weird behavior. I think it's just the OTT. And probably this shape as well. So let's maybe just move the shape a little bit. Whoa! You can change the stereo mode. Then another thing that I really like about the whole kilohertz system is that you can get very, very easy stereo done using the comp filter here. Usually I use that on minus and then turn on the stereo. And you get a crazy stereo amount. And the really cool thing about the comp filter here is that it's basically the same thing as, for example, if you load up the Ozone Imager 2. This algorithm here, the sterilized algorithm, the first one, is the same thing, and I think Slink had a rack that did sterilization as well at some point. It's a very smart kind of stereo, mono-compatible stereo. You can also use it on Plus, and you can mix it in. So you're never gonna have issues with your basses not being stereo. And let's, for example, take a look at how to make growls, right? So if I'm going to load up NASCAR Bass 1 again, and it's, NASCAR Bass in it. If we want to make a growl, for example, let's talk about the modulators, right? The wavetable modulators. So how do we do a band plus and minus, right? It's really important how to know how we can do that. So if you load up, for example, let's load up Beast here. Oh, let's go with a crystal, and let's do a very simple kind of like growly waveform, right? So we're going to do maybe like a what, and then we're going to do a way, something like that maybe, and let's make that slower, and let's use a bandpass filter. So we'll move this up just a tiny bit, and then we'll start using that. Turn on the gain, put that onto the gain as well. Start using that on this gain as well. We could even like use the other low pass filter here. Make it even stronger. Let's use the notch frequency. Nice. Now this kind of sounds like a growl already, but it doesn't have that same bend plus and minus warping, and we don't have any we don't see any PWM either, right? So what we can do, and I think now I can finally turn this thing off. What we can do is we can add another wavetable below this oscillator, and we can switch this to one of the modulators. So here we have asymmetrical hard, we have PM, we have rounded, we have bend linear. So that's sort of the hardcore kind of bend plus minus. Then we have the bend soft, which is the bend, your normal bend plus minus that we know. We have bending. We have mirrorings, just like in Serum. We have PWM here. which is really cool. And we have window, and then yeah. So we're going to use band soft, and then all we have to do is it has to play the same exact note. So just leave it the same as the main oscillator, and we're just going to start changing the phase, and that's basically the amount of bending, as you can see right here. And then at some point, if we go over it, it starts to kind of fold back on itself. So we just want to do as much as until like right around here, right around like 20%. Let's type that in, 20%. Cool. And now the amazing part about this is the bend plus minus works as in the wavetable. So if we move this wavetable, you can see if we go to the middle, well, 127, it's basically nothing. So nothing is really happening to the waveform, as you can see. Basically nothing, right? So now if you go this way, I believe it's minus, and if you go this way, it's plus, or it's the other way around. So now if you play it, and now you can load up any of these modulators, and they'll also all behave kind of that way. And the PWM, for example. But we're going to use bend soft. And there we go. Now we could start, for example, adding some disperser. Maybe we'll add some bit crushing. Maybe mix that in. Then again, as I was saying earlier, what I'm kind of missing right now is that vocoder that would kind of give it that extra bit of mangledness. I wonder if you could like record a vocoder with a convolver and then do an impulse there and then use that as an effect. I'm not sure if that's gonna work. Maybe someone smart in the comments knows how to potentially do that. But maybe we can find something phase-wise. That's awesome. Whoa. Yeah, there you go. Who knew that convolving was gonna work for bass for bass growls? That's crazy. Whoa. This sounds legit. Holy shit. Yeah, Noise Phaser 1 and Noise Phaser 2 probably. No, just Noise Phaser 1. Okay, I'm fucking done. This is too OP. Bye-bye. Holy shit. No way. No way. No way. No way. What? 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 This is ridiculous. This sounds so much cleaner than like doing it with a vocoder. Like so much cleaner. And we can probably like, you know, just combine this with some retune. So we'll grab, let's actually load up the, what is it? Oscar base 1. Let's see if that works as well. So we're going to load up NBP and we're going to load up our trusty old retune. Where are you at? There are you. There you are. I mean, well, that was broken English. And I'm going to load up E chromatic to minor. Crazy. You can do it over the whole frequency spectrum and it's not going to sound as cool. I'm just going to do it on the like lower frequencies. Man, that's so cool. More volume. Does it need to be louder? Let's try a, oops. Let's try playing like an actual, like, chord progression. So if we are on E, we should be able to do maybe like a C. And then we'll play a higher note. Let's do... Awesome. And yeah, we can do some music with this. Let's switch this out for our good old processing, post-process. Another thing that I want to add, and this is, I think this is the part that I find really, really cool about this. Let's say, if we're doing 60 decibels of distortion, if we turn it up all the way, it's just going to distort. Maybe that's something that we don't want to happen. Maybe we just want to saturate the mids and the highs once we go, say, to 10 decibels, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to add a remap. And let's just open up the normal post-processing again. So we're going to add a remap, and at around 10 decibels, we're going to add a filter in here. We're going to do a filter, and we're going to do a low shelf. Let's do at around 140 hertz, right? And this is so awesome. So now we can add a remap in here. And then when we add the drive, we can click on here. And we can now map the gain here, and we're gonna do minus. So if we have 6, yeah, we need to do minus 6 decibels, right? If we are 10, we're gonna go minus 6 decibels. So what happens is that if we turn up the drive, we want this to go down, right? So like that. We want it to go down as minus 6. Oh wait, you do yeah. Okay, right. Do right click, type in minus 6 decibels here. We want it to go down minus 6 decibels. Right, turn up the release a little bit. So that the distortion isn't as extreme with the low end, right? But we only want this to kick in when we are at 10 decibels. So what we're going to do, and this is really awesome, is we're basically just going to go into the Remap editor, and we're just going to move it until we are at around 10 in drive. So currently we are at, let's see, how much percentage are we at right now? Not entirely sure. If we add, let's add another drive just to see how much distortion, how much percentage that would be. We want to go up to 10, so the knob should be around here. That's 74%. So remember 74, so dot 74. I'm going to add a point, and I'm going to move around here. So that's where it's going to start reducing the sub. So if we take a look at the filter, it's only going to start reducing the sub when we get to that really extreme distortion. That is so awesome that we can do this. Like, that is so awesome. Like, I'm actually geeking out right now. That is so sick. So we can do extremely dynamic distortion and compression effects. And then maybe we'll do something else, something similar with the RRS here. So what we'll do is we'll grab a another remap, and we're going to put this onto the second OTT that we have. So we're going to put it to the mix, and the higher we go, the lower we go with the release, we want to reduce this mix by like 50%. But we only want this to start happening when the release is at 50, right? So if we go over here, we would want this to be around here at 50%. So what we're going to do is we're going to, again, hit the remap here. And once that's automated, we're going to just do it for the mix. So what we're going to do, we're going to go in here. And we want it to, if we move it all the way up, we want the mix to be 100%. That's correct. But if we go towards the middle, we want this to move down. So now we have it moved down all the way. So we need to make sure that this actually works. Why is it still? Let's see. Map it. But we are at zero, aren't we? What's going on here? This is at 0. Why is this not at 0? Did I mess up? Oh wait, maybe I need to move this a little bit. Who knows? Maybe I need to move this. Let's put it to bipolar. Oh, that's probably why. No. This should go to 0, shouldn't it? Unless I'm... Oh, wait, this is like reversed. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. There you go. Okay, there you go. So now, if you turn it down, the mix is at 0. But we don't want it to be at 0. We want it to be... not overblowing it. We want it to be strong, but when we move it up, and now we've kind of created a more dynamic release here. Let's put it to 75 because it usually sounds better. Oh, let's put it at 70. Cool, and then we have the built-in filter here. So when we turn up the drive, let's do a little bit more. And maybe actually doing 16 is a little bit extreme. Let's do like 14, right? There you go. And then put this to 50%. And save it as post-process. Now, once we've done that, we can open up the NASCAR base in it, and we just reload it and save it. There we go. We can go back to NASCAR base 1. Let's get rid of all of this. Add snap heap. And there we go. It's that easy. Cool. We can also change the whole pitch here, so we can maybe go with a what's the next F. You can also go with a D sharp if we wanted to, so we can just move all of this down. Let's go with minor. I think here we would have to move these. So for example, if we press M, A, we're gonna move these up over here. Just for this part, we'll move them up like that. And then all we have to do is just copy this, click on the next one, paste it, click on the next one, paste it, and then... Actually, no, that actually sounds wrong. Never mind. Delete these automations. Oh, wait, I think we actually had it the wrong way around. Yeah, that's it. Okay, go over here, move it down, copy this, and just... wonder if we can just paste the automation to some other part. Probably can't, so we're just going to paste it here. And now we have it correct. And the cool part is that we can still go in here and, for example, change... Awesome stuff. You can go back in here, maybe reduce the noise a little bit because it's really loud. And we can maybe throw this out and then instead use the bandpass. Let's start using the Wavetable. Let's start using modulators, bed soft. And let's use the convolver. Yes! Let's use the convolver. Let's go back to, what is it? Space experimental? No, we were at phase, I believe. And then we're going to go noise phaser 1. How awesome is that? And then let's just kind of clean this up again and make it into a simple full-on LFO. Let's grab an LFO table and then start modulating that again and see if we can get some more cool stuff. Let's maybe switch the wavetable around. Let's move it over here. Maybe make our own little wavetable. So, wow, 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 wow. Make it slower. Let's make that a little bit more obvious. Change the face back. It's cool because you can just kind of like make it with like do the rhythm with your mouth. You can be like a wow, bum, 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 bum. So we'll just do like a wow, 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 right? And then maybe if one is messed up, we'll just redo it. I mean, you could do like a wham, 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 sort of wham, wham. How cool is that? And let's start distorting this. Probably not, actually. We can load up different ones. Maybe the floater case. Let me go to the complex ones and maybe find some really cool ones in here. Ooh. Yeah, like, obviously here you can just, you know. Periodics. Oh, nice. Oof. That's awesome, because it basically just does the rhythms for you, right? With all of these different LFO tables here. You don't really have to think about the rhythms, you can just try it out. And I think this is really cool. Because you can sometimes get stuck with a sort of like 1/4 on the floor rhythm, right? And then here you just have a bunch of really, really cool. Bunch of cool patterns. Let's do it a little bit faster. You can even play, you know, we can play the main one. Oh, it's still playing the, okay, it's still changing the map points, so let's just move them over to here, and then make it shorter. Yeah. I'm really living in the middle of a city. You can really tell. You can really tell. You can even turn off the delay. Let's drive this a little bit. Oof. Turn up the band limit. It's awesome. And it's also cool that they're giving like proper credit here, right? It's not just like a bunch of LFO tables that just don't have any names. You can actually see who made these, which is really, really cool. And I think that's a nice thing that Kilohertz does as well, is that they really give proper credits to everyone who's part of the synth. And I think it's a cool thing to support, honestly. Like, you know how you could, for example, sometimes you would want to like resample a bass sound and have different like random LFOs happening, or like draw your own macro and everything. Like, you could just do this in here. You can just pick the first one, and you can be like, well, I want to do like a crazy where kind of growl, right? So we'll just like draw it in, like where. Like a where, like that. You can just do that. You can just draw it right in the ecosystem, and I think that's so powerful. You don't even have to use like, you don't have to use Ableton anymore. And this, I think the reason why this is so cool is because it like allows you to kind of like have a proper foundation in any DAW that you use, right? If you had a friend and you want to make some cool sounds, and maybe he has Serum and something, and then you have to, you know, figure out the whole DAW and the whole how you use effects and how you maybe do racks and everything. Now with Phaseplant, you just open up Phaseplant and you're at home, right? It's awesome. It's really cool. Cool. And then let's also talk about like drum synthesis, right? So I'm gonna just open up the same bass in it here, the Nusker bass one that we did. I'm gonna load up Snappy. I'm gonna load up a post process. Let's add a little bit of stereo to this, so comp filter. Reduce the noise a little bit. Maybe turn on the band limit. Let's just start using that. Turn on the. Now, when it comes to drums, right, we can drag in a simple, let's do a simple Phaseplant. Where are you at? So we'll do a simple kick here. We'll do a C3 note. And if we go in here, what other thing about like the PP 2.0 is that's really cool is the curve modulators. And the reason for that is because it's all time-based. So making kick drums and snare drums is extremely simple with this. You can just switch this to a curve mode, and then you can go down on the pitch. And you can just treat this as like actually like 1 second if you don't change the last note there. And we're just gonna do a simple like kind of just curve like that, right? I'm gonna make it slower, faster, I mean, just by turning it down. And now, for example, we could add some distortion, turn off the DC filter, turn on the dynamics. Maybe distort, duplicate it. And we get that. Next up, we're going to add another curve in the modulator section, and those curves are also, by the way, available in Snap Heap and Multipass. So you'll have the same curve modulator in here if you want to use that, which is really cool. And I did use it actually in a recent track of mine to do some filter movement on a snare. And what we can do here is we can do some pitch bending. So we'll just kind of add a little pitch bend over there, and maybe like a little pitch bend over here, and we'll add that to the semi-send. And then we'll change the speed. Like that. Let's turn it up. Like that. Let's go back into this one. Maybe turn this one down. And if you take a look at the size scope now, is this like super accurate, right? If you take a look at the kick here now, it's super accurate. It's awesome. We can potentially make this. You can take a look at it here, and I hope they're going to add some kind of oscillator at some point, like oscilloscope, I mean, so we can kind of watch all of this stuff. I just want to grab it from over here, and then I'm going to reduce it like that. Yeah, like that. And then I'm going to increase the pitch amount here. I'm going to make this super short. And look at that, we have ourselves a kick. We can change the phase of it, the harmonic, the speed of the pitch envelope, maybe reduce the amount of distortion on here. And then we can change the amount of distortion in here. Maybe we can add another sampler, add a little bit of a hat. So I'm just going to drag in one of my rides, probably. Oh, that's loud. Let's turn it down. Make it shorter. So we'll delete the envelope here as well. We'll just add a curve envelope. I'm going to make this super short. We'll go in here, turn off the snapping, and then we're just going to add another point. I'm going to do a little bit of a input like that. And then we'll just make it faster. Like that. And turn it down. Maybe we can filter it a little bit. Make it even tighter like that. We can add a multipass, for example. And we are going to add a final transient shaper, turn on the clipping. And in here, we're going to turn off this band. And we just want to distort the top end. We want to reduce the hat here. And then we can just do something like that, maybe. Make this even slower. Like that. And then we can use that as a kick. And you can see it's completely clean. So we can do maybe like a kick and a clap. Let's go load up a... oh, we could even do this, honestly. Why not, right? Let's use Snap Heap as a sidechain. Sounds really weird, but trust me, it'll work. Let's load up Snap Heap into our sidechain channel. go to sidechain, we'll pick 5 Phaseplant. We'll load up an audio follower, and we'll go from main to external. Turn up the gain, turn on the attack, put a peak. So it's absolutely accurate. And then we're going to add a gain. Watch this. We're going to put it to percentage, put it down to 0. And we're going to add an LFO. And we're just going to turn it up like this. And we could potentially even... Oh, God. What's going on? Let's do a curve, actually. I think a curve should be easier. Turn it up all the way. Add another point in here. And then we're just going to turn this down. And then, technically speaking, we should be able to just trigger it with the audio follower. Just click on it. And then modulate that to the gain at 100%. And we should get... Let's make this shorter, because we don't need it to be too long. Now, if it does sound a little like delayed or whatever, what we can do is, I believe, you hear a little bit of a click. So what we could technically do to eliminate that click is we could just do it in parallel. Watch this. We're going to do a parallel, and we're going to use a filter. And obviously, this is not the cleanest way to do it, but we're just going to do it because we can. We're going to do 140, and we're going to duplicate this filter over here. We're going to switch it. Now we have a high pass and a low pass. So we could solo this. I'm going to put this gain onto the other side. So now we have... We're going to duplicate this curve, and then we're going to... Let's get rid of this. And this curve is going to do the low end. And then this curve is going to do the high end. And then for this curve, we want it to be slower. And then for this curve, we want it to be faster. And I'm not hearing any clicking anymore. A little bit. Maybe on the... Seems like I'm hearing a little bit on the top end. Is that from the original? Let's see if it's from the original. Actually seems to be because of the original. Seems like the original just has that issue, not this. But now we still have a multi-band sidechain in Phaseplant and in Snapheap, right? Which is pretty damn crazy. It's also a little louder, so we might want to make... Oh yeah, okay, that was not a good idea. So here's the thing, right? The actual modulation amount can be like 100% here, but it doesn't mean that, for example, for the gain here, it's actually like 100%. You will have to right-click onto the actual output of that, and then this has to be at 100% because it was clipping, right? So let's put this down to 100. Now we have it fixed. Cool. Next up, let's do the clap. So we'll load up another Phaseplant. We will load up another PP poo poo. Where are you at? Where's Phaseplant? Did I remove it? Oh, it's probably in Sims, right? Yeah, Phaseplant. Let's copy this over. And let's do a quick little clap. And claps are usually very, very fast to do. So we'll click new. We'll add not a wavetable. We'll add a noise. Turn up the stereo. And in this case, this is so cool because we can just do a curve. And we can just kind of... Oh, where did this come from? We can just add our own little things here. So we'll just do that. Bam, bam. And then one more. Bam. And then we can just make this faster. And there you go. You have a clap. Add a filter. Probably a bandpass filter. And let's add a distortion inside of here. So we'll just add a distortion. Make it shorter. And still high pass because we are using pink noise. Make it slower. You want to hear those individual claps, but we can just kind of make it shorter this way as well. So we can just take this. There we go. We can hit random for the seed. So we get random seeds here. We can also switch out the noise for a sampler and then use your own kind of like pink noise. And then find different positions. And before I add the distortion, I want to add a little bit of disperser to this to kind of disperse those transients a little bit. And then distort it. And distort it one more time. Isn't that cool? That's so cool. Let's add another filter. Soften the top end a little bit. Find a cool spot. Turn it up. Go back in here, maybe... And then I'm not going to do the symbols because that's not necessary at the moment. But let's add some simple symbols. Let's copy the snap peep here as well because we can just paste it. It's sidechain from audio. And we can just delete this and undo the parallel. Hell, we can even add another gain in here. Put it down. And then add an LFO. Oh my god, this is so like fuck. Oh my god, guys, they did it right. That's insane. And let's do. Clean it up. What the fuck? Ridiculous. Let's delay it a little bit as well to get a little bit more of a wonky rhythm to it. So let's do. Let's move this down. I think this needs to put this back to D. And then let's go back in here and just delete the automations. You can also go a little bit crazy with a retune. Put this to A. Ah, I think we have to go... Yeah, we had to... Okay, we need to redo the automations here. Because it's not as simple as just like throwing a retune on and then that's it. Like if you actually do progressions, you have to be a little bit careful about how some of these nodes are placed. Let's move this over here as well. Oops. Copy this. Go to the next one. Paste it. Go to the next one, paste it. Let's get rid of the analog, turn up the bandwidth. Let me play this one an octave lower. You can go in here and maybe just use a little bit of a slice EQ to just kind of Isn't that awesome? And then we can just get a little tighter. I'm like geeking out, as you can tell. I'm gonna add a, since we have a little bit of distortion here, I'm gonna add a filter. I'm gonna do a high notch. And maybe mess around. Yeah. Now let's say we wanted to do a separate sub, right? In that case, we could just open up another serum. I'm already saying open up another serum, but now it's Phaseplant. And so open up another Phaseplant, and we can just do. We just need one LFO. Switch it to clipping. And clip it in there. Maybe add a little bit of an envelope here to the semi-send. And then we've got to make sure that we play actual quarter notes. So we'll just duplicate this. And then move this down. Distort a little bit. We add a little bit of noise to it. Add a filter to cut out the low end. Add that to the gain here. Then let's try to delay it a little bit. Add a notch. Now this is now a little bit too like metallic for me. Oof. Let's see if we can add some combo over to this. Oof. Let's reduce the frames here. Try a different wavetable. Mess around with the frequency shifter. This is like a pump. Let's do something like this. So, oh. Maybe make it faster. I do feel like the LFO needs to be a little bit readjusted. Oh, we can just change the phase actually. Ooh. Man, like, this is so powerful. I'm so glad they finally updated it to 2.0. Let's add like a background. Actually, what we can try and do is we can use this one preset that I made in the BaseForge pack way back, which was like a, where is it? BaseForge. It was like some kind of like vocal thing, vocal synth. Right, that was it. Let's open that up. Let's do like a. Great, and then let's turn up the LFO mix. Let's grab the retune. And we can change the position. We just had something really cool there. You can change the LFO speed. You can drive it. You can also try playing it a whole octave higher. Maybe that'll sound cool as well. Kind of, yeah. Ooh! Boost it a little bit into the drive. I think we're cutting out a little bit. Turn on the... What is this controlling? Mod wheel? Mod wheel is controlling reverb. Nice. Here's the sound who's with me. I'm so excited to see the result. Which sound? Actually feels like we're playing an octave too high. Let's try adding a little bit of a, maybe that's a convolver? Let's add another wavetable. Let's do another modulator bed soft. Let's put that onto the face, 20%. And then... Oof! I want to distort this a little bit more. Let's add a distortion. Turn off the DC filter. Turn on. And I want to duplicate this. Actually, we don't have to even duplicate it. We can just use the same thing and maybe just find a new position for the position here. We'll just automate that. Oh, we'll probably have to like. You could also try, you know, like maybe like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe an octave up. Let's get this a little bit of stereo. So a comp filter on plus. Ooh. The sub is currently hitting 0, by the way. Let's write something else with Serum. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 let's put it right there. And then we'll write a small little like pluck. And we'll probably just do like a bit crushed kind of thing. Let's use the envelope. Turn the release. Jesus Christ. Holy crap. 1 second. What the hell is happening here? Yes, it's like storming outside, right? Yeah, I said Serum again, probably, right? Yeah. Turn it up an octave. Why is the level at 200? Ooh, is that something that we missed? I think that's something that we missed. The level here has to be at 100. Let's just save the preset. Luckily, you just can override it, and then it's just fixed again. It's so convenient. Bam. And now let's just do it again. So we'll just turn it up. You know what? Let's not mess with the LFO. Let's just load up the curve. Because that one... Yeah, just do that. Oh, that's so sweet. It's so easy. That makes it so much easier. And then let's load up a bit crusher. And then let's add a reverb. Actually, let's do a convolver, right? Because convolvers usually sound nicer. Let's zoom in here a little bit and... Kind of reminds me a little bit of, for some reason, of Dark Souls 2. I don't know why. And then we can just turn up the gain. And then what I want to do is I want to kind of add a little bit of like random modulation to it. So I'm going to open up the random here and turn this up all the way. And I'm just going to put that to the semi-cent here just a little bit. And then I'm going to delay all of this. So I'm going to grab a simple delay, put it really around like there. See, now we're not using any of the LFOs, so we can delete those, we can delete the envelope, and we're super clean. What happens if we duplicate this convolver? Wow, there's some crazy effects in here. Oh! Oh! Let's add a little bit more reverb. That's the reverser. Oh. Oh, we have the proverb here. That should be enough. That's another thing, like the reverb here, for example, right? The normal reverb doesn't sound all that great. Like it's good. It does its job, but it needs a little bit of a spicing up. And for the preset pack, I actually did just that. Let me turn this on really quickly. Put that to cool. Thank you. What the fuck? Oh, that's nice though. Okay. So what I did here is I made my own little reverb here using a chorus, then the reverb, then a little bit of, I think it's pre-delay, or delay in general, and then a simple high-end low-pass filter as like a bandpass, and then a little bit more gain. And then that reverb sounds a lot nicer than, for example, I can just do this for you. I can go ahead and save this. I might have already saved it actually. Yeah, I did. So if I go back to our little plug here, that's the current reverb. Oh, we're actually using convolver, but let's turn these two off. Let's just check out what the reverb itself would sound like, right? Let's turn this up a little bit. So that's just what the reverb would sound like. Now, if we go ahead and load up Snap Heap and we load up Proverb, it sounds like this. Turn up the decay. Let's actually put it over here. I think we have a little bit too much top end happening here. So let's add a little. So we can turn on the low pass, for example. And then that compared to this sounds a lot nicer, right? Just a chorus. We can have a little bit of delay. But I think, generally speaking, most people wanted something more from the reverb. So that's probably also why they did the convolver, because that one's also really good at doing reverbs. I can make color base with Phaseplant. Yes, you can. Let's try a different convolver here. Ooh. We can also do maybe half of that speed. So let's do... let's just try it out, right? No guarantees that this is going to work, but we can try it out. And then we'll do like a like that. If we wanted to, we could even do a really cool sort of screech. Like let's just use this one. Let's turn these two off. Screeches are a little bit more difficult to do, but we could definitely do it. Dun, 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 dun. And then we'll just switch it over here. And then we'll do this over here. But then we gotta make sure that the when the change here happens a little bit earlier than that. So like that. And then we'll just duplicate that. We'll copy this and paste it onto the other ones as well. So that's all correct. And now we can just load up the same bass init patch. So for example, now I would probably go with a little bit more of an interesting drum pattern. So I'll be like a bum, 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 like that. And now let's start doing the bass, right? So we'll do maybe some FM. So we'll do analog, phase, go to the saw wave. Now we might have to delay this a little bit due to the retune. So let's just delay it a little bit. Let's use the envelope here to drive all of the FM, right? Now we don't have any sub in here, so let's turn off this. Let's add a nice little separate sub. So we'll just duplicate this patch. And we'll delete all of this. Be gone. Add a Phaseplant. And let's delete all of this crap. And we'll just add an analog. And I think what we'll do here is we'll just do like a literal like... let's just do an envelope actually. We're going to be better safe than sorry. There we go. And then let's turn this up quite a lot. So it's more like an 808. Let's add distortion. Maybe do a little bit of bias. Then turn the DC filter on for that. Now let's just keep it a clean sustain. Let's do maybe a higher one. Try a convolver. So we'll grab one of these phases again. I think noise phaser. Make it stereo. Ooh. Let's mess with the MVP. I want to do like da. Let's do. And then if we you can also try using the filter here. And then if we want to switch it, we can turn on the other ones. Bum, bum, bum. Great. So as you can see, it works. Obviously, we can turn off the retune. And it still works. And kind of, right? It's better to just have it on. Let's go a little bit crazy with the FM here. And if you want to know what it sounds like without the MVP rack, that's what it sounds like without. There you go. Then we can switch it again. We do like a... And you can obviously, do all kinds of sounds, right? If we, for example, wanted to do, let's say we do a reed bass. We can do that as well, and actually you need a lot less for a respace. You don't even have to like completely do that. We can just go in and just delete these. You can go with a saw wave and then just turn on unison, put it to 2, play a note, and distort it. We add a little bit of noise, so we'll actually duplicate this whole group and add a noise oscillator with a filter. Turn down the gain. Maybe switch this over to a sine wave. And then just turn up the detune. Turn on glide. Polyphony to 1. Maybe add a little bit of the disperser into here. And we can do some cool filter movement as well. So we could grab a snap heap and we can do a parallel. And we kind of just have the top end play on one side, and then on the other side we have a low pass filter. And we can just do a simple macro here for the look cutoff. And maybe we can grab an LFO and just have that on always trigger, never trigger from node on, and then we just automate the macro on sync, on free. Let's turn that up a little bit. Maybe put it to a bandpass. And we can change the speed of this using another LFO. So we could just go and change the speed of that. And then put it to clip. Maybe add another gain. Switch this back to we can also pick a different wavetable here, so maybe we do something complex. We have a lot of possibilities here. Let's open this up even further. Maybe also automate the macro here. The disperser here makes a big difference on how it sounds as well. We could probably grab an auto filter here, clean it up a little bit. Let's get rid of the second LFO. So you could just resample that and probably get really, really cool results. We get a pitch envelope to the master pitch. Does Phaseplant have multi-band compressors? Yes, it does. Phaseplant has a... let's go to NASCO in it again. Phaseplant has a multi-band snap heap, basically, which is called multi-pass. So it's a multi-band rack. And it allows you to just have up to... you can have up to 5 bands here. And then you can just add effects onto here. So, for example, you could just drag a normal compressor and try and compress some stuff that way. For example, let's do... what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab a... I'm going to switch this out for a sampler. I'm going to grab a bass glitch. Probably up here. I'm going to pick a different one. to this one. So what you can do here is you can then start to compress with all of these. Turn up the ratio, for example, turn on the attack and release. And then turn up the makeup. And then you would have multiband compression. And actually, like Kilohertz have actually made a plugin that is specifically meant for kind of doing really, really heavy compression, upwards and downwards compression, which is called dynamics. And then you can just turn up these two here, turn up the knee a little bit, and turn up the input gain, turn up the output gain, duplicate that over to the other bands, and you can hear that kind of like OTT effect coming through. Ooh, that's nasty. Let's put that to the master here. Put it to clip so it's a little louder. And maybe we can add a convolver and get some really, really cool effects here. Let's go to phase. Pick a different one. And it's really cool because obviously ODT is like really handy, right? And then you can save these. For example, we can call this quick OTT. And you can put in macros. So for example, you can macro the attack and the release of this like that. And then, you know, call them the same way. So attack and we're going to call this release. We can delete these maybe and then just duplicate them. Save this as quick OTT again. And then when you go outside, you can just load it up. Go to quick OTT. And then you have control and you can even mix it in. Also, one more thing I noticed in this track that we're doing. Another thing that we can do here is we can actually, instead of using a wavetable, we can use a sampler and then just load up one of these bass glitches, for example. And then just change the root note until we get something that sounds correct. Okay, different one. Ooh, let's loop it. Oh, that's nice. Oof. Yeah, you can do like there's a. Here you have a disperser. That's your Star Wars noises right there. So that's all doing phase stuff. And then we have glitches as well. So we have alien choke. Whoa. Whoa, that's crazy. Holy crap. And you can make these shorter, so you can just... Crazy stuff. Ridiculous. Whoa. It's, yeah, Phaseplant is insane now. And it can even do like really good supersaws as well. I've just recently I was talking to a couple of the Phaseplant Killers guys, and you can use the so if we do, for example, if we go grab a MIDI effect, let's grab a not a scale, let's grab a major scale, and then we'll grab a chord, and we'll do a very simple 4 7 16, and then a -24. Let's delete all of these other oscillators, and we're going to switch this out for an analog. So what we're going to do is I'm going to turn on unison, turn up the amount, and then we can turn up the spread. Now this doesn't quite sound all too full, right? So you can use the global unison here to further put it to, smooth. Oh, this does some pew. We need to randomize the phase here. But we can actually do something entirely else. We can just turn off the unison. And R5 was the one to kind of discover this whole thing. But you can do the same thing in Phaseplant. You can add, for example, we can try this now with the random, because this goes up to 100 Hertz. And we just apply that to the semi-send. And then reduce it. Let's turn up the jitter. And if we duplicate this and change the phase of this one, and let's add another whole oscillator section, so we'll just duplicate it like that. And let's pan this one to the left, pan this one to the right. Let's add another random and use a different amount of. It's a little loud, so let's turn on the output here. Now the thing is, this random is still a little bit too slow. You can hear the individual pitches there going on. So what we can do is we can instead use a noise. And when we use noise and we put on random, this will randomize the semi-sent here. Now, we need to put this to sample and hold and put down the harmonic to 0. Then we need to turn up the shift to 1000, and then we get that same sort of like LFO speed as in Serum. Put the volume back up. Let's just turn on the volume. And we also need a middleman. So we're going to add another oscillator here just in the middle and pan it right in the middle and then add another maybe you can try some unison. And it sounds awesome. Let's try an octave up. Let's try. Uh, 28. And then we can just change. If you put it to stable, it's all going to be the same. So you want to put it to random. You can also try not using the global unison. And try using something like ensemble. Putting it into sine and turning up the detune, the spread, and the voices all the way. But it doesn't sound as clean as the actual unison. You can also just try turning on unison on these individual ones. But I would probably just recommend keeping these clean and then turning on the global. It's awesome. Like, you can do anything with Phaseplant at this point, right? It's literally, the limit is your imagination, basically, I would say. I had my FL crash on me due to today, though I have a new CPU, 5000X, the Ryzen, right? Ryzen CPU. Considering switching to Ableton, I would probably recommend it. And again, we can't get the same kind of speed with the LFO here. We could technically try like an audio follower and see if it's as fast, but this noise oscillator is the fastest possible. And you could even go like 2000 if you want. It's amazing. But yeah. Let's play the second part. Grab this. Let's do have the first one off and then turn these on. I can literally not have the window open. Oh god. It's crazy. I don't know what's going on outside. But yeah. You can also try the sample. If we want to tame the highs a little bit, we can actually do a pretty cool trick here. But it will be a little bit difficult to do, I believe. Yeah. We should probably just use something like ND-EQ at this point. They're probably going to add some kind of like dynamic EQ at some point. Just want to tame some of these. Some of these heavy. I think the sub needs like high end. Let's add a noise and then we'll add a filter. Also, if you wanted to, you can also grab my drum samples from my third Patreon sample pack. So you can just open up Phaseplant, and this is also super convenient. You can grab 3 samplers like that, and then you can just drag these in. So you can get, for example, kick body. Let's do 7. Let's do kick tops 7, for example, and then let's do kick transient. I don't know, like 6. And then we'll just drag these in, and then we have this kick over here, and we can just delay these. So these envelopes actually have delays in here, and we can make this shorter, be quieter, delay this as well, maybe add a little bit of disperser at 300 hertz. And distort it. And there you go. Are we playing the right note? What are we at? Kick, body, 7. Here we are. And then we can, you know, just drag in different transients. We can make them shorter as well. We can offset it, and I believe we can, you know, just turn this down, turn down this decay as well, and then literally just turn on the release and just use the hold here. Like that. And then you can just try out different bodies. Oops. So you can do that. Or you can synthesize them. It's your choice. Sweet. Are there any more questions about Phaseplant? Phaseplant 2.0. How's Windows 11? Not much different to Windows 10, to be honest. But a little bit of a hassle to set up. Oh yeah, again, for all the people who are new here, let me quickly switch this. To everyone who's new, you can grab 2 of my Phaseplant skins that I did for Phaseplant 2.0 on my Discord. There's a Phaseplant skins channel here where you have the Paladin skin and you'll have the red Royal skin. And both of them look really, really cool. And they work with Phaseplant 2.0. And there's also a cool like little Spotify skin by 5 Steps. This one looks really cool as well. In general, I think if you go to... Let me check really quickly. Yeah, if you go here to Skins Gallery, you will find a bunch of really, really cool skins that people have made. And I think there's also a skin maker, which I just released 2.0 of... Did he update it? No. So there has been there was a software, like a website where you could, I think we could just click on it, actually. Yeah, and then here you could just kind of change the colors, right? So you can change the colors of everything. It's really, really handy and easy to do your own skins with this. A shout out to a rival for making this. It's really, really cool. I'm not sure if he, I think he updated it to 2.0. I'm not sure. Doesn't really look like it. Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't. I don't think he has updated it yet, but once he does, you can definitely check this out. It's so cool. That's how I managed to make my own skins. But yeah. Did they say anything about granular stuff in the future? Not yet, I think. But you can definitely get some granular stuff with Sampler. You can't time stretch samples for now. Yeah, you can't yet. Have you tried importing melodic chord samples to the Convolver? I have not. I haven't yet, but we can try that if you want me to. Let's try and drag in. Let's record this really quickly. So I'm gonna go ahead and open up image line Edison. Also, be aware that all of the VSTs that are currently gone from the official website, I think they're working on updating the VST versions. It's cool. So now we have this very, very simple. Do we have this automated? Oh, we do. Let's record the second one then. And then we can either pick this one or the other one. And then we can just open up a new PP. PP Popo. Do an E. And then we'll try just using a little convolver for making something melodic. We'll load up NASCAR Base 1. Let's load up the convolver, and then all we have to do is drag in one of these. So I'll drag this one in first. There you go. Turn up the fade out. And you can probably mix this in, right? So let's turn the mix. That's awesome. Let's try the other one. That one's cooler. And I think what we can do here as well is we can use this in conjunction with Snap Heap. So let's load up Snap Heap. And actually, let's just use multipass because that's just a million times easier. We'll load up Convolver again, and we'll drag in the same chord here. And we'll just use this on like the low end of this sound. Let's turn this one on. That's so cool. We can even turn it up to 50, I believe. And, you know, we could also make that be mixed in with the new LFO. So maybe we can only have it on the second one, potentially, and then... Let's put the mix up all the way. And then just mix in the whole thing. Man, that's awesome. Let's add some retune. Where's retune? There it is. Great. Great stuff. Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, I like that a lot. Yeah, not only that, but you can just like mix it easily because they added the whole mixes to both the Snap Heap and Multipass. So you can just literally mix this, whatever you did in with the original. We didn't have this before, right? That's really, really handy. Even for like stuff like OTT, if you make your own OTT, like really heavy compression or distortion. Let's give it some stereo. Comp filter. Man, this is so cool. Let's add some more dispersers to this. Maybe also try a pitch shifter once. So I'll grab the snap heap here, and I'll add a pitch shifter. Maybe a 7th. I see, we need to get rid of the sub. Yeah, that's a little smoother. It's a little bit screechy on the top, so let's maybe also add a notch filter. And let's mix it in. Nice. Without MVP, you can even turn off. You can also do some like very, very standard FM, by the way. You can just take an analog and another analog. Let me go with a triangle and do some phase modulation. You can probably get some really cool sounds out of this as well. Turn on the unison, put it to hard mode. Maybe automate the FM amount. And you can also right click on this now, and you can also change the curve of this. Turn on the can you make the cables always show in Phaseplant? It's like it's a modular synth you have in front of you. That would probably look really cool, but I don't think I think it would definitely get very, very messy, right? I love the UI though, like it's so clean. I could literally make this as big as the whole screen here, and it's still high quality, like super high quality. Its vector is insane. Like you can have a 4K screen and it'll look crisp. It's crisp, like super crisp, right? It's awesome. Turn on the water cooling again. But yeah. I think that'll wrap it up. I'm a little laggy. That's weird. Is the CPU suffering or something? GPU maybe? Yeah, look at that. I'm a little laggy. Wait, it's actually... The background is fine. I think it's the... let me check. Disconnect. Let me restart this app. Go back. Go live. Connect. Hello? Can you not see me? There we go. I think the tracking kind of messed up there. Ooh, you know what we should do? We should get into the party mode. Looks awesome. Sounds cool as well. Great. Well, that being said, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Super glad to see so many of you showing up as well. The past streams have been more active, which is great. I hope people have been have had the streams pop up in the recommended as well. That would be nice, because I obviously had a big break in 2021. But now I'm back, and I think Phaseplant is going to be the main synth that you're going to be seeing from now on in these streams. So with that being said, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I hope you enjoyed watching me go over... Oh, it's a little shaky now. I'll reduce the amount here a little bit. Do... Is that better? That looks to be better. Probably still a little bit too much. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I'll see you guys next. Oh, thank you, Jolways. You super chatted something. You didn't. Oh, you just donated. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Oh, is it not working? It's too quiet. Let me do... Turn this up. Yeah, this is great. Cool. Sorry, playing around. So that being said, I don't want to make this stream too long because it's supposed to be about Phaseplant 2.0. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Definitely go and cop all of the 30 snap-ins that are free right now. It's a crazy deal, and I highly recommend, if you haven't tried out Phaseplant 2.0, to just get the monthly subscription. Maybe also download my presets, and you can just reverse engineer and kind of understand how the synth works. And other than that, I will see you guys next week. We do another live stream, and then I wish you all a great weekend. Goodbye. Bye.